Good afternoon. The time now is 5:11 on October 23rd, 2024. I would like to begin with the closed session. Please take the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West? Councilmember Monzo?
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen? Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to open up for the oral communication for closed session. Do we have anybody sign up for that?
We do not, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Would you please go ahead and say the item that we are going to discuss in a closed session?
Yes, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, number of cases 1.
Thank you very much. And at this time, the City Council will recess for closed session. Good evening. The time now is 6:17 on October 23rd, 2024. I would like to reconvene the City Council's successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Please take a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you. Next is salute to the flag by Councilmember Nguyen, which is, he's not here right now. He's inside. I know that he's inside. Can somebody go and get him for the salute to the flag? And the invocation will be by, led by Vice Mayor Ho. If not, then I will ask if Councilmember Menzo, can you help us lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, enable those who gather this evening to discharge their duties with honesty and integrity. May we all be blessed in the knowledge of your truth and sacrifice in the observance of just laws. We ask your assistance in providing all of us in attendance with wisdom, understanding, strength, and patience. Bless and guide this evening's deliberations. Amen.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure you know that I did remind the council member that I will start the meeting 5 minutes, which is 5 minutes ago. And the council member who's supposed to lead the Pledge of Allegiance eating inside, and I just want to let you know that's what happened right now. So sorry for what happened. Next is I just want to thank council member Menzo and also Vice Mayor Ho for the salute to the flag and the invocation. Next is City Attorney for the closed session report, please.
Okay, yes, there was one item on the closed session agenda which concerned the potential initiation of litigation and the council had a discussion on this. Councilwoman West and Councilmember Namkwan Nguyen were absent during this discussion. They were aware of the item, but were not present. On a motion made by Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho and seconded by Councilmember Monzo, they authorized the hiring of outside counsel to file with the court to seek a civil injunctive order against Councilmember Amy Fan West and Councilmember Namkwan Nguyen. The injunction would seek to require the following: that they defer to the mayor's role as chair of the meeting, require them to follow Robert's Rules of Order, don't speak unless you have been given the floor to speak, stop speaking when your time is up, don't interrupt when someone else has the floor, don't take phone calls and speak to live stream during council meetings, don't do any other activity that unreasonably interferes with the ability of other council members to conduct their role during council meetings, including but not limited to recording from the dais during meetings if it unreasonably interferes with other council members, and to seek fines if they violate the court order, and that fines and penalties issued by the court would be payable by those council members personally, and that the council, as part of their motion, made it clear that the city would not pay for any legal representation to defend those two council members in this matter. There's nothing further to report.
City Attorney, I want to make a statement to that. So I just got an email from Christian this evening, so let me read to you. So I got an email from Christian because I asked what's on the closed session item, and he mentioned that he wants to let me know that the closed session item is basically talking about This is what he said. The mayor asked for this closed session item to be added for today's closed session. He's requesting permission to have the city hire an outside attorney, which is using the taxpayer money, who would file for the court to seek a civil injunction against you and Nam Quang, which is Amy Phan West and Nam Quang, a court order that would require you to follow the rule of the council meeting when it comes to speaking. In other words, to tell you, you must listen to the mayor and only talk when he says it's your turn, and to stop talking when he says you must stop. Now, I sent him a text message afterwards saying, Christian, thank you for letting me know what the closed session will be on. I will not be attending the closed session because what the mayor requests is unconstitutional, violating my First Amendment, and is illegal. So with that, myself, I did not attend for that reason, because I will stand by the people, and the people deserve to know, if you're gonna hire, using the people's money to hire an outside attorney to politically attack your colleagues in District 1 and 2, Councilwoman Amy Phan West and Nam Quang, the people deserve to know, and they should have a say in it. So that's the reason why I did not go to closed session tonight.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And I personally thank Vice Mayor Ho and also Councilmember Menzo for motion and second on this items. I think it's indeed that we need to have that. We don't have to do this if we don't have the chaos in our city council meeting, but unfortunately we have to proceed with this way. So I appreciate for you both motion and second on that, and we have that order passed. Thank you very much. Next is export communications. If there's any, we are not going to discuss this right now, so please, you have your turn already. So next is export communication. Is there anything from the dais?
No.
Hearing none, seeing none, so I want to move on with the city clerk report, please.
I'm walking in an item. City attorney knows that.
Right, I guess, yes, so that was something you had mentioned. I think there was a request to walk an item on.
Oh, well, is it? Well, I haven't heard anything yet.
You have, because city attorney talked to you and you told me to be brief. Mayor, you told city attorney to tell me to be brief, only have 30 seconds to talk about a walk-in
If you want to request for the item,
so don't lie to the public.
If
So
you
Nam
want
Quang
to
is my
request
second
for the
on this
item,
walk-in
request it
items.
now. I haven't heard. You
Don't
all
lie to
haven't
the
heard
people.
anything from this dais from the beginning until now.
So the mayor, you can continue to lie to the people, go ahead.
I am
but
not-
I'm walking in an item because it's urgent,
Please,
city attorney.
please just continue to make your motion
So
to walk
can I
something on.
walk in an item? Okay?
Go ahead. What item that you want to work on?
So I'm walking in an urgent item because of what's happening with the mobile home parks, the redevelopment. I'm okay with the mixed-use redevelopment in our city to redevelop, to beautify our city. I'm all okay with that. But now when on the map that you guys voted on September 11th to pass through without discussing or asking the resident and homeowner in the mobile home park that overlap those mixed-use and rezoning area, that is unacceptable. The people should always have a say. The landlord, the homeowner, and the resident should always have a say. So what I'm proposing is that a resolution should be crafted up to state that the city will never do eminent domain on those mobile home park area, because those mobile home people who lives there are on a fixed income, and they're usually senior citizen, and they don't have the income to rent another home or buy another home in Orange County. Because if you think about it, every home in Orange County is, what, $1 million right now. And where would those senior citizen or people who are less fortunate or low income would be living in, or where would they buy a home at in Orange County? So basically, they will be displaced. And so my resolution is to have city craft
What is your request?
That's what I just said. So I asked the city to craft up a resolution stating that we would not do eminent domain over those mobile home parks in the city of Westminster. Because I know, Mr. Mayor, you always mention that you care, Kimberly and Monzo as well, you care for the mobile home park people, and that you
Yes,
You
but-
are concerned for them, so I think this is of your interest as well, to
Okay,
protect them.
So the request is that you would walk an item onto the agenda to craft a resolution that
The city
you would
would
never do
protect.
eminent domain on mobile home parks.
Yes,
And for all
protect
the
the
reasons
resident.
that you stated. In order to walk an item onto the agenda, it has to be something that arose after the agenda was posted,
Exactly.
and that it has to be of sufficient urgency that action needs to be taken tonight. So a 4/5 of the council would have to vote to walk an item on. And so with that, is that
Okay.
something the council's willing to
I
consider?
have my second. Now I'm going to my second. Mr.
Well,
How do you
I haven't
know
heard
he's
from
your
him
second? He
yet. I
can't
haven't
speak
heard
for
from him
himself,
yet.
or what?
Is there a second to the motion?
Yes, I second her.
Okay. And you want to speak? Go ahead.
No, I just find it funny that she has to speak for Councilmember Nguyen. I mean, I'm sure he has the ability to speak for himself. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Let me be clear to every one of you. When I heard that these two councils were going to put in the item, the urgency item, you heard it from the city attorney that has to be urgency.
Am I in your way?
But that is another, only one part of their reason for walking in. The second reason I asked city attorney, are we going against state law for putting this item on? Because state law is saying that the eminent or domain shouldn't be, the local should obey to the state law. Understand there are times that we can go differently, but if there is a specific case, then we can do it. But then I asked him, whatever it is, I want you to, and he said that it's not going anywhere, but they have the right to put the request. And I said, I don't want to spend 10 to 15 minutes on the dais to argue about this one. So I want you to make sure that they understand, and I want you to make recommendation to them not to bring it in. And I want to ask you, did you convey that message to them?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did convey.
So as long as you convey the message and they continue to do this, then it's their part. And then right now, go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for admitting that.
No,
you
right
talked
now
to
we
your
call for
city
the vote.
attorney.
You have to request. We are not discussing the item until we approve to bring it in or not. So at this time, go ahead and move on with the roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion was made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen, to direct staff to prepare a resolution that states that the city will not do an eminent domain for the reasons stated by Councilwoman Fan West against mobile home parks within the community. I'll go to call for roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
For the record, I didn't hear that Councilmember Nguyen seconded.
I did.
Councilmember West seconded for him. So
He
I don't
did.
know.
I think he just spoke for himself, so
No, you just spoke
maybe
for
you
him.
should
Yes,
I
listen,
did.
Mr. Monzo. Please
My vote is
listen.
no.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, I'd like to say, before I vote, I'd like to say that this is another way for them to grandstand themselves. I really don't believe Amy Fan West understand anything about eminent domain or her job on the council. So I think that, if we can stop allowing her to use this fear tactic. You don't understand what it takes to go that route and take someone's land.
I
We
think
don't
that
intend to do that.
We don't discuss it
So-
right now.
Please.
Right? We
Go
don't
ahead.
discuss it right now.
You're not the mayor, okay?
Okay,
So my
if he
vote is
didn't do his
no.
job
You're
right,
not the
ask
mayor.
him to do
You're
it
not
for
the
him.
mayor, okay?
Just told
We are
us
not-
to
You're not
We
the
are not
mayor.
discussing right
I ask you
now.
to be quiet, please. Okay, go ahead and vote for it, please.
I said no.
Mayor Nguyen.
Okay, well, before I vote, I want to make sure you're clear about it. When I talked to the city attorney, and that's what I have him convey the message to the council, just not to bring it in. But then from there, I haven't talked to him. So you and I haven't heard that at this meeting, they bring it in and they want to have the urgency item. And she called me that I'm lying to the public. That's not. I was not lying to the public because I don't know if you request to have the item to bring in, then you need to
You
make it
direct
at
the
this
city
dais.
attorney to tell me.
Not somewhere else, at this dais. So my vote is no.
Motion failed 2-3.
Thank you.
Wow.
Next is city manager report, please.
Mayor, if I can go ahead and do my report first.
Did I ask for the city clerk report? Oh, no, not yet, huh? Sorry about that. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have late communications in front of you for items 5.2 regarding the attachment for council to consider tonight, as well as 9.2 clarifying that the item is an ordinance and not a resolution. Additionally, I'd like to remind everybody that Election Day is Tuesday, November 5th. All active voters should have already received their vote by mail ballot in their mailboxes. If you have not yet received your ballot via USPS, I encourage you to contact the Orange County ROV to confirm your voter registration status. There are over 37 vote centers within 6 miles of Westminster. For example, we have a few here: Westminster Branch Library, Westminster Community Services Building, and Merriam Warren Community Building, along with 17 vote by mail ballot drop-off locations within 6 miles of Westminster. You could go to Bolsa Chica Park or Tony Lamb Park. Additionally, you could go throughout any of Orange County's vote centers, ballot drop-off locations. As a reminder, all vote centers and ballot drop-off locations will be open until 8 p.m. on Election Day. For all other questions related to voting in this year's election, please contact the Orange County ROV or your Westminster City Clerk's office. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much for the short report. And next is the city manager report, please.
Thank you. So first, communities come together. The Westminster Police Department is holding its second event with the Aiden and Andy group at the Westminster Boys and Girls Club. The event is designed to create a welcoming learning environment for members of the Westminster community who experience spectrum-related learning and/or other developmental disabilities and their families. The event is designed to provide several interactive education-based activity stations, allowing community members to interact positively with Westminster PD and/or OCFA members while learning the essential skills of personal safety and when to call emergency services for help. The event will be held on Saturday, November 9th from 10 to 12 p.m., 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Reservations are required. Please contact Ruby at 714-856-4914. Next, our senior center will be having a spooky bingo bash this Friday from 1 to 3 p.m. Bring your best bingo skills and join us for a spooktacular day full of frightful fun, fantastic prizes, and eerie excitement. Tickets are on sale for $15 at the senior center front desk and includes bingo cards, 1 meal ticket, and drink ticket. For more information about this event and other senior center events, call the senior center at 714-895-2878. Also this Friday is our Halloween Spooktacular. This is the third year we're holding it here at the Civic Center, and it just grows every year. Starting at 4:30 p.m. right here in the Civic Center parking lot. Grab your friends and family, come dressed in your ghoulish costume, and enjoy an evening of spookiness. The event will feature over 50 trunks to grab treats from, movie night featuring Kung Fu Panda 4 after the trunk or treat, a live DJ and a free photo booth, cakewalk, a ghost hunt, a pumpkin patch maze, games and activities, food trucks, and a face painter. We'll also be celebrating Dia de los Muertos with community ofrendas thoughtfully decorated by various local groups. Come check out these stunning displays as a chance to reflect, remember, and celebrate the lives of loved ones who have passed. Veterans Day is coming up. Thank you for your service, veterans. Get your free Proud Veteran Yard sign today. Visit the Community Services and Recreation front desk before November 8th or while supplies last. If you need one delivered, call Community Services and Recreation to make arrangements, 714-895-2860. And last but not least, our annual TEP Parade is coming up. Participant and sponsor applications are now available for our upcoming parade on Saturday, February 1st. Visit the city website to apply today. And of course, for more information, call 714-895-2860. This year's theme will be Spring of Resiliency. And of course, this takes place along Bolsa Avenue between Magnolia and Bouchard Street, celebrating the Year of the Snake. And with that, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much, City Manager. Well, I'm sorry that we have to start out with the meeting with a search of the harsh environment, but then it's always my pleasure to recognize this is a good part of the city always, city meeting all the time with a special presentation. So today, tonight, this evening, I have a chance to, I'm honored to recognize the following groups for their the presentations. So the first presentation is a presentation of proclamation for Red Ribbon Week. The second one is presentation proclamation for Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. The third one is presentation of certificates of recognition recognizing 4 festival sponsors and department heads. Next one, last but not least, the presentation of certificate of recognition to Aston Arroyo, newly appointed city clerk, department president of the League of Cow Cities. Before I asked council to join me at the podium to present the appreciation to the groups, I'd like to go ahead and read my appreciation to them. Okay, first of all, presentation of proclamation for Red Ribbon Week. The red ribbon has been chosen as a symbol commemorating the work of Enrique Kiki Camarena, a drug enforcement administration agent who was murdered in the line of duty and represent the belief that one person can make a difference. The 2024 National Red Ribbon campaign theme is Life is a Movie, Film Drug Free. October 23rd to 31st has been designated as a National Red Ribbon Week, encouraging Americans to wear a red ribbon to show their support for a drugs-free environment. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and council members Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim October 23rd to 31st, 2024 as Red Ribbon Week in the city of Westminster and encourage all citizens to support a drug-free lifestyle. Next one is a presentation of proclamation for Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. The Westminster Police Department Records Bureau devotes countless hours to performing their duties that keep law enforcement agency running smoothly. And these professionals demonstrate excellent attention to detail with quality control and effective communications. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and Council Member Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim November 14, 2024 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day in the city of Westminster and extend our gratitude to the Westminster Police Department, they are here, Records Bureau staff, and support personnel for their diligence, commitment, and dedicated service to our community. The next one is presentation of certificate of recognition recognizing 4 festival sponsors and department heads. The 2024 Fall Festival was tremendous success. As your mayor, I am so proud of the spirit and unity it has brought to our great city. We are honored this evening to recognize our sponsor for their generosity in supporting this event. Your contributions play a vital role in making the festival possible, and it shows your commitment to the power of the community and coming together to showcase our spirit and pride. Countless memories were made at this year's event, and on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, I am truly grateful for your continued partnership. Additionally, I'd like to take a moment to thank our great staff. This year, every department was represented throughout the entire festival, and the event would not have been successful without the collaboration of the Community Services Department, Public Works Department, and Police Department. Why don't we put our hands together for our fantastic staff team? Thank you very much. I was there for the whole 4 days, and I know how much that they have to go through. And I know that some of you have been there for the whole 4 days fall festival. Understand that last year, the year before last, we have only 1 day. Last year, we extended 3 days. We still think that more need to be done, so we extended to 4 days. I was joking with the community director, the service director. I said, well, next year we are going to do it 5 days or the whole week, and I don't think that they can handle it. But anyway, thank you very much, Vanessa. Thank you very much for your hard work and your team too. Next one is presentation of certificate of recognition to Aston Arroyo, MMC, newly appointed city clerks, department president of the League of Cow Cities. I was there, witnesses. She was there as a president, and she would present. Represent all the cities to work with the city league. To conduct the meeting. So I want to appreciate you and thank you for taking this role. So lastly, I would like to recognize City Clerk Arroyo for her recent appointment as a president of the League of Cow City Clerk Departments, showcasing your continued mentorship and support of the development of the future leaders in the city clerk's profession. We had like to recognize you for your hard work and dedication to the city clerk professional. Congratulations. And at this time, I would like to invite all the council members to join me at the podium so that we can hand out the plaques. But before I go through that, I want to tell you for the certificate recognition of the recognizing 4 festival sponsors. I have 2 title sponsors this year, and 1 platinum sponsor, and 3 gold sponsors, 4 silvers, and 3 bronze sponsors. Why don't we put our hands together and thank you, each and every one of them, for the sponsors. Okay. I would like to recognize the 2 young Marines here today to accept their proclamation for Red Ribbon Week. So I really appreciate for your dedication, for your service, and being here with us tonight. Why don't we put our hand together for them too? Thank you. Why don't you come up here? As I already read, the Red Ribbon Week proclamation, so this is proclamation to recognize you for October 23rd to 31st, 2024, with a number of reasons. So I therefore, Chief Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the Vice Mayor Kim Ho and Councilmember Amy Fan West, Carlos Menzo, and Nam Quan Nguyen, do hereby proclaim that October 23rd to 31st, 2024 as Red Ribbon Week in the City of Westminster, and I do encourage all citizens to support a drug-free environment lifestyle. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And I would like for you to have some words. Do you want to? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Young Marine Corporal Nguyen, and I want to thank the City Council members for granting Southeast County Young Marines the opportunity to receive a Red Ribbon Week proclamation. The Young Marines program is a national nonprofit youth organization for boys and girls ages 8 to the completion of high school. We teach character through the building of self-discipline, teamwork, and leadership. The primary focus of the Young Marine program is drug demand reduction, or DDR. Red Ribbon Week is a very important time for us, not only as a unit, but as a nationwide program. There are approximately 9,000 members around the country that reach out to their communities year-round with messages of healthy, drug-free lifestyles, and these proclamations support our war on drugs. It's an honor to be here, and thank you again for the opportunity and your support on this very serious issue.
Thank you very much. So now it's the time for the, no. Stay there. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, I would like to, on behalf of the City of Westminster, City Council, and City staff, I would like to present this proclamation, Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day, November 14, 2024, to our law enforcement. So may I ask for all of you to come up here to join us. So who want to receive this one? Congratulations. So on behalf of the city staff, I would like to present it to you, this proclamation, and recognize that November 14, 2024, as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day, and extend our gratitude to the Westminster Police Department Record Bureau staff and support personnel for their diligence, commitment, and dedicated service to our community. And I ask you to join us to congratulate them too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Records, I'd like to thank the mayor and city council members for this proclamation. We're truly honored to receive it.
Thank you very much. So it's time for photo.
Yeah.
I already said it's time for pictures, so good time for pictures, and then you can talk.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Guys, I really appreciate, ladies, all you do, because I know that with Record, you guys keep every information, and you have to be precise. And thank you for all you do for our city, and please keep up the good work. And if you need anything, we're here for you. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So now the certificate of recognition to our sponsors. I know it's handed to me for the platinum sponsor, but I know that we have two title sponsors within our city. I'd like to recognize the people who are title sponsor first. Okay, for the title sponsors for this year Fall Festival, we have Westminster Municipal Employees Association. May I ask the representative to come up here? Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much.
On behalf of WMEA, I'm President Vincent Wante. We just want to say thank you, and it's our time to give back to you, the community. That's why we chose to be, when they came to us and said, hey, can we be title sponsors? We said absolutely, because we want to give back to the community, and I'm hoping that maybe next year we can give back in the same way again. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Stay here for the...
Can I say something quick, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
Okay, Public Work, thank you for all you do. You guys are amazing.
It's not public work.
WMA, they're the union. So thank you for all you guys do, because you guys are amazing. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
WMEA. Yeah. So thank you so much for everything. It's about time you guys come out and sponsor, especially this year, right? Because our Fall Festival has really grown. And thank you. And so you got to repeat next year and the year after and the year after. Thank you. You remember that, everybody. Thank you.
Vincent, please extend my gratitude to all the members at Taken Back. And not only did they support us by being a sponsor, but these guys were out there over 16-hour days out there every day. So they really hit it out of the park and being there for our community. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
I will go ahead and read the appreciation, but following all of these, I will call the name, but the following paragraph is going to be the same. In appreciation of your generosity and dedication to the success of the 2024 Fall Festival by sponsoring and participating in this festive celebration with the community. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is also going for the title sponsor, and it came from Westminster Police Officers Association. Would you please come to join us here? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I just want to say it was an honor to partner with our counterparts over at WMEA and provide such a wonderful event for the community. We were just honored, and the showing from the community was amazing. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Anything from anyone? Okay.
Sorry. Hey, we love you guys. Thank you for all you guys do, and just disregard there's chaos in the background. But anyways, thank you for all you guys do, and you guys help with the Westminster PD, because every union, you know, we need protection for our Westminster PD. So thank you for all you guys do for vouchering for our law enforcement. Thank you. God bless.
Oh, President Kai Seesak, under your leadership, I thank you for everything that you've done for our city, and thank you also. Of course, I'd like to thank WPOA as a whole. Thank you so much, and please let them know that I appreciate, and we all from the council appreciate their efforts. Thank you.
President, Vice President, thank you very much for what you do and being a sponsor for our community and working hard for our community. So please extend my gratitude to the whole board and all our members. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You want to say anything? Thank you. You want to say Oh, why is it your hand? Well, the next one is, this one is special. I remember last year, I still remember vividly that last year we have Westminster School District sponsor us as a title sponsor. I don't know this year, because of economy or something, they came down with the platinum sponsor, but we can also accept as a third or more of the title sponsor for next year if you can this year. So I would like to invite you to come up here for the recognition. So this certificate of recognition to present it to Westminster School District for Festival 2024, Platinum sponsor, and I would like to present on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I would like to present it to you on behalf of for the Westminster School District, and this is the president of the school district, board of school, and board of trustees. Thank you very much, and here is a certificate.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council member. As the president of the Westminster School District, we're very honored to support the city. We try to teach our kids to give back to the community, preserving their culture and promoting their culture. But why are we going down from title to platinum? You guys need to get together. Okay, if you all work well together, you go back to the highest sponsorship. How's that? Okay, that's how we teach our kids. 20 years from now, they be in your shoes, and you need to lead by example. That's how it's going to work. But I really thank you very much for doing all the program in the city so our kids can participate, and that's we need to work together for the sake of our city. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your comments, but I just want to remind our staff here, we have the item for tonight, that we have to recognize them and then to sponsor them. So based on your comment, it might hurt you. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. So we are here for, okay.
Thank you. This is our president, Francis Nguyen, and I also make sure we need to bring David Johnson. He's also a board trustee. Come up here. Come up here. Yes, please come up here.
I am so sorry, Trustee Johnson. I didn't see you. Otherwise, I would have invited you up here. This is Trustee Dave Johnson. We work together with our school district, and we also have other 3 board members. They cannot be here tonight.
So yeah, thank you, President. Thank you, board member, trustee, for what your dedication to our community and for extending and making sure that we collaborate as much as possible, because that was missing for many years, and I'm glad with your guys' leadership, we're bringing that back. So thank you very much for being part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Francis Tetui. I remember, I believe it was over this last TED parade that you, the Westminster Board of Trustees, were the title sponsor. So I hope you do the same this year. And I thank you for your efforts, for supporting us, our city, and our council as a whole. Thank you so much for everything you do. And please repeat this coming TED Festival.
Well, I'll just repeat a little bit about what I said at the last council meeting, which is to thank the city and specifically all the PD that came out to, I think, 11 different of our sites, to Community Services and Recreation. You came out as well. I see you. The Family Resource Center came out, and the majority of our city council members came out as well to events that we had for a walk and roll safely to school event. And that shows that your participation is just as strong as ours, and it goes both ways, and we build a synergy together, and I really appreciate that. So thank you to all of you.
So I just want to say thank you, Westminster District, for all you do, trustee. And please continue to work for our children in our school, and just make sure that you guys continue to provide the best education as we know what's happening in the state of California. And thank you for all you do. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time for a picture. Thank you. Next, I know we have like 3 or 4 of our gold sponsors. The first one is the certificate of recognition presented to Y&G Income Tax and Multi Services for Festival 2024 Gold Sponsor. Please come. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
You want this pic?
It's
up to you.
I don't have any words but say. I mean, I hope so. See you next year too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Come back and sponsor it next year. Thank you. We appreciate that. Yep. The next one is the certificate of recognition presented to Seaside Dining Del Taco for Festival 2024 Gold Sponsor. Please come and join yourself here. Come on. Come on. Yes, thank you. We love to have a picture with you.
I just want to say on behalf of Seaside, we're really glad that we had the opportunity to participate with Westminster, and we say thank you because we want to go ahead and continue to participate in the next few years.
We wanted to say thank you to you too. Thank you. You got the picture yet? Okay. All right, thank you. Next is certificate of recognition presented to Midway City Sanitary District for Fall Festival 2024 silver sponsor. I know that we have the president of Midway City, Mark Nguyen, here with us today. So congratulations. Thank you. Come on, thank you. All right, you have anything to say?
Midway and the city has a special relationship. We're like siblings, except the city is a bigger bully. All kidding aside, thank you for this award. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be a sponsor of the city's event. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's stay here for a picture. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Next is the certificate of recognition presented to Ruby Corporation McDonald's of Westminster for Festival 2024 silver sponsor. Do we have a rep here? No. Okay. All right. We will give it to them later. The next is certificate of recognition presented to Westminster Memorial Park and Mortuary for Festival 2024 silver sponsor. Thank you very much for your sponsor. Thank you. Okay, take a picture for it. Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, not sure that you are here, but this certificate recognition presented to United Employment Solutions for Fall Festival 2024 bronze sponsor. She's not here, so we'll, oh, right here, oh, okay, thank you. All right, so you have to say something.
Hi, I'm the marketing director of United Employment Solutions. On behalf of United Employment Solutions, we want to say thank you for the honor to support your community. Thank you so much.
I think this is a special one, right? This is very special. This is very special. And as I read earlier, this is certificate of recognition presented to Ashton Orojo, MMC, in recognition of your hard work and dedication as newly appointed City Clerk's Department, President of the League of Cow Cities. At this time, I would like to ask our staff, the city managers and city assistant manager and department heads, can you join us over here for this special occasion with picture, please? I know it's a surprise that I asked them, so they're not prepared. All right. You want to say?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, as well as our department head team and city staff for supporting me and for inspiring me to continue to mentor and motivate those who are coming up in the city clerk profession. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. It's our pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think that's it, right? Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience also. We'll continue with our meeting. Again, we want to thank all the sponsors sponsoring our fall festival event, and I hope that you can sponsor us next year even more. Like I said from the last meeting, beginning of the last meeting, and continue to future meetings, I will make sure that I will have a break in between so that the council can take a break, and also you can also take a break. So with that, I will later on take a recess for the meeting. And I ask all the council members, please stay at the meeting until we have the recess. Second thing is I want to thank you all, each and every one of you, for being here tonight. I know there are a lot of things, there are a lot of commitment, there are a lot of the responsibility, duties at home, but you choose to be here this evening just because you care for the city. I truly believe that you care for the city. That's why you spend time here, hours and hours here, to attend the meeting and to give to voice your opinion. So I appreciate on behalf of the city council and city staff. We really appreciate for your time. With that, I also want to clarify something. There are so many people misunderstanding that, and they were out there saying that the meeting for the city of Westminster took like 13 hours. I know it was a record at one time. But remember, the 13 hours meeting basically combined of the two meetings together. Remember the meeting before that? Because of the disruption, I have to adjourn the meeting before, and we couldn't get that much work done, city business done. And it's carried over to the next meeting. And for the next meeting, I don't want it continue to carry over. So I want to make sure that we do see our business. And as an elected official, we have to stay until it's done. We will do that. That's why it took 13 hours. But that's not only the reason alone. With the infighting from the councils, it makes matter worse. That's why it's 13 hours. And I want to make sure that, about that, because today at one of the YouTubes I view, unfortunately, it came out from our council saying that, trying to slam at me that, I don't know how to run the meeting and have the meeting run for 13 hours. And they know for the fact why it is. So I want to clarify that. So if from now on people said that why City of Westminster took the 13-hour meeting, you know that we actually do two meetings in one. Okay, thank you. Next is yes, I understand oral communication, but I think I have one here that I want to. Okay, I'd like, before we go on with the oral communication, and this is, I want to make sure that for oral communication, this is for agendized item only. And if you are speaking non-agenda item, please wait until the time that come. When I say the time that come, it's not at the end of the meeting for this meeting. I understand that we took a lot of time, that we have to do the presentation, which I think we all proud of that. But I will try to move the meeting. I will try to move the oral communication for the non-agenda item to come before the public hearings items. So be patient with us on that. So at this time, before I ask Madam Clerk to read the instruction into the record, I just want to mention that we have the policy, and the policy is in, I think it's posted right here and outside, and it's also mentioned in the agenda package. So if you have any question about it, please take a look at that. And I ask you to be politely and treat everyone courteously, and also make sure that if you need to refrain from any profanity, because we have our younger children, high school students, they also follow this meeting just to make sure that we don't want to have a bad impression on them. Please, I understand there are some Vietnamese people here, and they also, I believe that's first time or second time attend this meeting. Please allow me to speak in Vietnamese for a few minutes on this. Thưa quý vị, ngay lúc này chúng ta chỉ có nói về chúng tôi sẽ mở ra để cho quý vị có được quyền lên để phát biểu, nhưng mà chỉ có 3 phút mà thôi. Mà trong cái phát biểu này chỉ có phát biểu cho những cái chương trình hay là cái chủ đề ở trong cái agenda này thôi. Ngoài cái agenda này thì quý vị phải đợi tới cái lúc mà nó gọi là non-agenda item, có nghĩa là quý vị tới lúc bây giờ quý vị có thể nói những cái vấn đề khác, nhưng nó cũng vẫn phải nằm ở trong cái chủ đề nó gọi là jurisdiction, là trong cái khuôn viên của cái thành phố của mình. Và bởi thế cho nên tôi xin được quý vị là dùng những lời lẽ làm sao để chúng ta tôn trọng nhau trong lúc phát biểu này. Và it's only 3 minutes, and I want to emphasize this one too. You have 3 minutes, and if you have interpreter or a translator, you have the total of 6 minutes. I can't control you. But if you are not wisely use your time, and you run over the 3 minutes, and you can't have enough time to translate, it's your fault. I'm not going to extend any second after that. Sir, it's not time to speak at this time. So you can speak during the time that you are called for public comment, please. No, thank you. No, thank you. So at this time, I would like to open up for the oral communication. So City Clerk, can you read it into the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is WMEA Vincent Huante, followed by WPOA Kyle Seasock.
Good evening, Council. It's an honor to be here. First off, I want to say thank you to our big brother, POA, for letting us tag along with them and working side by side together in supporting the Fall Festival. So I'll be talking about item 5.4. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Dear City of Westminster Community Services, I hope this letter finds you well. On behalf of the Westminster Municipal Employees Association, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks for your ongoing commitment to enhancing our community. Your dedication and hard work do not go unnoticed, and we are proud to partner with you in serving our residents. We are especially thrilled that we were able to sponsor this year's Fall Festival. This event is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate our vibrant community, and we are excited to contribute to its success. Supporting local events like the Fall Festival not only brings our residents together, but also fosters a sense of unity and pride in Westminster. At the Westminster Municipal Employee Association, we believe in giving back to our community that we serve. It is through initiatives like the Fall Festival that we can truly make a difference in the lives of our fellow residents. Thank you once again for all that you do, and we look forward to sponsoring next year's event as well, alongside with POA. Thank you for having us work together for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kyle Seasock, followed by Gigi Vo.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you for that nice presentation. That was beautiful, so thank you very much. It was an honor to be able to partner with our counterparts over at WMEA and sponsor the Fall Festival. I've come up here many times in the past and I've talked about our city leadership and how great our leadership is going forward and how important it is to keep that leadership. And I think the Fall Festival was a perfect example of that. We've had numerous community events in the recent past, and each event has gotten better and better, and that's a testament to the great work that these folks are putting forth day in, day out, not only the weekend of, because as you mentioned, there was people here 16, 20 hours a day to make this thing work, but all the behind the scenes work that was done by our city staff was nothing short of amazing. So we just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to be a part of it. We were honored to be a part of it, and it was absolutely gorgeous. So everybody did a great job, and we look forward to the event coming up on Friday that we're going to be a part of. So we hope to see everybody there, and like I said, the biggest thing is the amount of community engagement that we're now getting at these events is huge. So we couldn't be happier to be a part of it. So thank you guys very much.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo, followed by Monique Nguyen.
Kính chào ông thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và các nghị viên. Tôi tên là Gigi. Tôi muốn nói về mục 9.2, quy tắc ứng xử của Hội đồng thành phố trong các cuộc họp. Report từ các nhân viên thành phố dài 16 trang, cho nên tôi không mong đợi gì ở nghị viên Emmy đọc và nghị viên Nam Quang hiểu. Vì lịch sử họp thành phố đã chứng minh rằng hai nghị viên này không đọc báo cáo của nhân viên trước các buổi họp và sau đó lại đặt ra những câu hỏi đã được nói tới trong báo cáo của nhân viên. Tôi muốn nêu một số điểm quan trọng từ report báo cáo của nhân viên thành phố với hy vọng rằng hai nghị viên này sẽ hiểu được hậu quả của hành vi gây rối loạn và thiếu đạo đức của họ trong vài tháng qua trong các cuộc họp của Hội đồng thành phố. Bộ luật chính quyền của tiểu bang Cali 38513 quy định rằng Hội đồng thành phố có thể thiết lập các quy tắc để tiến hành các thủ tục của mình. Hội đồng thành phố có thể trừng phạt một thành viên hoặc một người khác vì hành vi hỗn loạn tại một cuộc họp. Mục 204060 của Bộ luật thành phố Westminster WMC quy định thêm rằng bất kỳ người nào liên tục làm gián đoạn các phiên họp của Hội đồng thành phố hoặc từ chối ngồi xuống hoặc giữ im lặng khi được chủ tọa ra lệnh sẽ phải bị phạm tội nhẹ. Năm 2022, Thống đốc đã ký SB 110 thêm mục 54957 vào Bộ luật Chính phủ cho phép chủ tọa của cơ quan lập pháp tiến hành cuộc họp hoặc người được chỉ định của họ được mời ra khỏi phòng họp hoặc khiến một cá nhân bị loại bỏ vì làm gián đoạn cuộc họp. Trước khi bị mời ra khỏi phòng họp, chủ tọa phải cảnh báo cá nhân đó rằng nếu không chấm dứt hành vi của họ, họ có thể bị mời ra. Do đó, nghị viên Emmy và Nam Quang, tại sao tôi lại nêu ra những điểm quan trọng này để ông bà chú ý? Tôi muốn ông bà hiểu rằng ông bà có thể dừng ngay những hành vi không chấp nhận được, vô đạo đức và kém văn hóa của ông bà trong vài tháng qua, vì thị trưởng có thể đuổi ông bà ra khỏi các cuộc họp của thành phố. Khi bộ luật này được chấp thuận, các cuộc họp của Hội đồng thành phố đã trở thành những buổi họp vô trật tự, náo loạn và không thể chấp nhận vì những hành vi của hai nghị viên Emmy và Nam Quang. Đừng nghĩ rằng chúng tôi, những cư dân, không biết hai vị đã làm gì để phá hủy thành phố của chúng tôi. Chúng tôi thấy và hiểu rằng hai vị là nguyên nhân gây ra sự xấu hổ cho các thành phố, mà các thành phố lân cận, các tiểu bang trong nước Mỹ và có khi cả thế giới đều biết về cách ứng xử vô đạo đức, vô trật tự, côn đồ và thiếu văn hóa của hai ông bà Emmy và Nam Quang. Đó là điều hoàn toàn không thể chấp nhận được. Xin hai ông bà hiểu cho. Xin cảm ơn quý vị.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Gigi. I'd like to speak about item 9.2, Rule of City Council Decorum during council meetings. The report is about 16 pages, which I don't expect Councilmember Amy to read and Councilmember Nam Kwan to understand it all, as council meeting history has proved that these two council members do not read staff reports before the meetings and end up asking questions that have already been addressed in the staff report. I would like to bring some important points from the staff report, hoping these two council members will understand the consequences of their disruptive and unethical behaviors in the last few months during council meetings. Government Code Section 38513 provides that, quote, the council may establish rules for the conduct of its proceedings. It may punish a member or other person for disorderly behavior in a meeting, end quote. Section 2.04.060 of the Westminster Municipal Code further provides that, quote, any person who persistently interrupts the proceedings of the council or refuses to be seated or keep quiet when ordered to do so by the presiding officer shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. In 2022, the governor signed SB 1100, adding section 54957 to the government code, authorizing the presiding officer of the legislative body conducting meeting or their designee to remove or cause the removal of an individual for disrupting a meeting. The removal must be preceded by a warning to the individual by the presiding officer that the failure to cease their behavior may result in their removal. So, Councilmember Amy and Nam Kwan, why do I bring up these important points to your attention? I want you two to understand you can stop your unacceptable, unethical, and horrible behaviors in the last few months because the mayor can remove you two from the council meetings. The council meetings have been a circus clown show because of your behaviors. Don't think we residents don't know what you two council members had done to destroy our city. We do see and understand you two are the cause of neighboring cities' national and international embarrassment. It is absolutely unacceptable. And this is a perfect reason. The pet dog over here is not here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monique Nguyen, followed by Michael Varengia.
Good evening, Mayor Nguyen, council members, and everyone in presence.
Lower the mic. The mic. Cho cái mic của xuống tí.
Okay, thank you. I would like to speak in support of agenda item 9.2. It's about time the city to establishing a rule to control an orderly meeting. The behaviors of Councilmember Amy and Nam Kwan during council meeting have been absolutely disgusting and embarrassing. They purposely wanted to create chaos, disrupting the meeting and destroying the city. Please vote in support of item 9.2. Maybe the city can have council meeting like any other cities for once, where opinions are welcome and a democratic process taking place, rather than disorderly and horrid conduct from Councilmember Amy and Nam Kwan. Councilmember Amy, why are you still trying to promote fake news? From the meeting on September 11 to the meeting on October 9, to the special meeting on October 14, to the press release officially from the city, to the letters addressing the facts to the mobile home residents. We all understand perfectly Mr. Joseph Ngo, Councilmember Amy, and Nam Kwan ill intention just to get people's vote. They do not care about the impact of their fake news had on mobile homes residents. They are so cruel and unethical in any way when they twisted the facts. We know Councilmember Amy and Nam Kwan care for themselves and themselves alone. You continue to mislead the residents on the while presenting you care. What a bunch of crooked Councilmember Amy and Nam Kwan and a council candidate. Please don't help them. Please vote for Mark Nguyen in District 3 and re-elect Councilmember Carlos Mendo for District 2. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Hue Darnetto.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Item 9.1, fake news and fake press conferences that we keep having outside the city council chambers here. What we have gotten used to see is two council members will either show up at those and take part in them when they're supposed to be in here in a closed session. Start mandating city permits for these individuals that go out here and spew their BS to the residents of Westminster, specifically those residents who only have Vietnamese language skills. They stand out here, they spread this stuff, it scares everybody that don't understand what's going on, and I'd like to see these people have to take out a permit and pay a fee. And it doesn't have to be anything big. It could be $25 for a permit. If somebody else has a function in the city, don't you make them get permits for those functions? Especially, this thing's on city property, and generally the people that are out there are not city employees. Only the 2 council members who join in this nonsense outside are city employees. Secondly, by the way, they're only interested in undermining the rest of the council and bringing disrespect onto this city. 9.2, pass the ordinance establishing the rules of decorum and civility for the mayor and council. This council has only 2 members, and I'm not going to announce their names because it's Amy and Nam Kwan, but they're the ones creating the havoc and disrespect in these city council meetings. Those of us who sit in here, as well as those who either watch it later on YouTube or they watch it live, they know what's going on. They see the shouting and screaming back and forth, and then the 2 of them will sit there and smirk at one another because they're being coached to do this. There's other people that are elected officials and prior elected officials of this council that are coaching these 2 morons. This has got to stop. I am so glad to find out that this was in closed session, and there will finally be something done about decorum in these meetings. All they're trying to do is destroy the council's ability to run the city in a proper manner. They don't care. It's all for their own self-interest and their own self-promotion. Again, perfect example. Amy's pet dog over here has been gone how long now? And how many meetings now that this guy does this? Why are we paying him? We're wasting tax dollars on him.
Our next speaker is Hui Donetto, followed by Win Hung.
Chào ông thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và các nghị viên. Tôi tên là Huệ. Tôi hoàn toàn ủng hộ 9.2, nghị viên Amy Nam Quang cần phải được đưa vào đúng vị trí của họ, giống như những cư dân khác trong chúng tôi. Một, khi họ gây rối trong các buổi họp của Hội đồng thành phố, họ nên bị mời ra khỏi phòng họp. Khi hành vi không thể chịu đựng được, với phép xã giao thông thường của con người đã vượt quá giới hạn, họ nên bị trục xuất khỏi buổi họp. Tôi không biết làm sao thị trưởng có thể chịu đựng được những hành vi côn đồ của họ. Đã đến lúc thành phố phải khôi phục lại luật pháp và trật tự. Nghị viên Amy Nam Quang không phù hợp với công việc của hội đồng và tôi hoàn toàn ủng hộ việc bãi nhiệm họ ngay lập tức. Tôi vẫn nhìn nghị viên Amy, nghị viên Nam Quang với thái độ khinh tởm và cảm thấy nhục nhã với hành vi của họ. Trong các cuộc họp của Hội đồng thành phố, tôi không hiểu tại sao sau tất cả các buổi họp của Hội đồng với các nhân viên giải thích sự thật về kế hoạch chiến lược của thành phố, Amy vẫn cố gắng đánh lừa những sự dân nhà mobile home. Amy nghĩ rằng những cư dân nhà mobile home đều là những kẻ ngu dốt và dễ dàng tin vào chiến thuật tranh cử thiếu đạo đức và vô lương tâm của họ trong mùa vận động tranh cử. Nam Quang và ứng cử viên Joseph Ngô tiếp tục phát tán tin giả trên kênh YouTube của Nam Quang Trust Network. Hành vi của họ là một vô đạo đức và không thể chấp nhận được cho đến khi một trong những cư dân nhà mobile home lên cơn đau tim hoặc đột quỵ thì họ mới vừa lòng hay sao? Có phải vậy không? Nghị viên Amy dám gọi nhân viên cấp lớn của thành phố là nói dối trong cuộc họp ngày 9 tháng 10. Sau đây là cuộc họp đặc biệt đã khẳng định lại sự thật và kế hoạch chiến lược của thành phố và thông cáo báo chí chính thức gần đây và thành phố. Bà Amy vẫn đổ thừa là thành phố đang tạo ra tin tức lừa đảo. Bà Amy nhất định từ chối lắng nghe sự thật và nhất định lừa dối cư dân mobile home. Nghị viên Amy là người thiếu hiểu biết đến mức không còn danh từ nào dành cho bà ta. Bà ta tiếp tục tuyên bố rằng bà ta đại diện cho cư dân địa hạt 1, nhưng tôi không thấy bà ta thực sự lắng nghe và nói lên ý kiến của họ, cũng như những tiếng nói của họ. Bà ta là gánh nặng của thành phố, của chúng ta. Khi bà ta không lắng nghe và chấp nhận sai lầm của mình và tiếp tục cố gắng đánh lừa đảo cư dân nhà mobile home. Có một Thiên Chúa thôi mà Ngài không dạy ai ăn gian nói dối, nhưng tôi chắc rằng không có Thiên Chúa nào đó mà bà ta chấp nhận những hành động vô tư cách, vô giáo dục. Bà ta cũng như những lời nói dối của bà ta. Không có Thiên Chúa nào chấp nhận những điều dối gian như bà.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wei. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Wei. I fully support item 9.2. Council members Amy and Nam Kwan need to be put in their place like the rest of us residents. Once they become disruptive to the council meetings, they should be removed. Their insufferable conduct and normal human etiquette surpass the lines. They should be expelled from the meeting. How the mayor can stand their conduct, I have no ideas. It's time the city restores law and order. Councilmember Amy and Nam Kwan are not fit for council business, and I fully support their recall ASAP. I continue to look at Councilmember Amy and Councilman Nam Kwan with a disapproving attitude and feeling disgusted with their conduct in and out of council meetings. I don't know how, after all these council meetings with staff explaining facts about the strategic plan for the city, Amy still tried to mislead the mobile home residents. Amy thinks the mobile home residents are all ignorant and easily believe in their horrible tactic during campaign season. Nam Kwan and her co-host Joseph No continue to spread fake news on Nam Kwan's trash network YouTube. Their conducts are unethical and intolerable until one of the mobile home residents has a heart attack or stroke. Will then they be happy? Is that it? Councilmember Amy calls staff a liar during the October 9th meeting. Now, after the special meeting to reaffirm the facts about the city's strategic plan and the recent city's press release, she still called the city and the majority of council are creating fake news. She refused to listen to facts and chose to create her own version of what exactly happened. Councilmember Amy is ignorance beyond words. She continues to claim she represents District 1 residents, yet I failed to see if she actually heard and spoke their opinions and their voice. She is a liability to our city when she does not listen and accept her mistake and continues trying to mislead the mobile home residents. I am sure her God does not even accept her and her lies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, before you call the next speaker, I have two things I want to mention. Number one, for the reserve, I believe it's done. If you want to move forward, we can remove the reserve seat out for you. Number two, I saw that there is a camera or in the front there. We need you to move to the back. I don't know who it's that belong to, but I ask you to move it right now. We have the policy that we could not have, we reserve the back row for you there. Thank you. Now you can call for the next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Win Hung, followed by Donald Link.
Wait a minute, let me, where am I? I forget my English, only Vietnamese. Can I read the Vietnamese? Otherwise, can you wait a minute? I take my, oh. Do you have a copy I send you?
Yeah, we have it here.
I send email for everybody.
Do you need a copy, Mr. Hong?
Yeah. About
Please, it's not your job. Please, as a council, please refrain from doing anything. Let the public.
9.1, right? Oh no, this one not 9.1. Can I read the Vietnamese?
Whatever, it's your time.
So can you call next person? I put on my.
No, you already gone to. Yeah, you have to be ready for that now. Please.
Okay, that's fine. I remember what I wrote.
Thank you.
I'm not stupid like somebody else. Okay. By the way, you know, how come I have only 1 minute? Can you start off?
You've been doing that.
I'm not speaking yet.
You've been speaking. It's your 3 minutes already.
Okay, I don't know, you know, what did you say, you know, I received a letter, you know, and say that at today at 9.1, you say that the fake news, right? I don't understand what a fake news is. Maybe the term, you know, the English, I don't want to learn English to say about, you know, what fake news, okay? You said, you know, maybe the person make flyer, they said, what I call it, they say eviction, okay? So maybe that's the problem. Here is a fake news I want to show you, okay? You are Midway City Sanitary District. And is this a letter I sent to FPPC? So what do you do? What do you do?
They're talking about fake news. They're talking.
Okay, I come back.
Please,
I come back. Yeah, I come back about my item.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
Let him.
So, you know, I want, you know, this is my suggestion. The city sent a letter to all residents, special, you know, mobile home resident. I planned, you know, is that a 5.2 on, you know, September 11? What is this? So now people don't. I don't work for city, so I don't know.
Your time is up, sir. Your time is up, sir. Please.
You know, last time it's over 6 minutes.
Your time is up. Thank you. Just want to let you know. I just want to let you know that it is my flyers that I sent home, but I'm not campaigning for myself. Okay, so okay, move to next speaker, please. I ask you, could you please refrain your comment until the end, please?
Our next speaker is Donald Link, followed by Roger Mindrum.
Okay. I'm Donald Lank, orphan constituent from District 1. I'm here to speak in favor of agenda item 9.1 and the reprehensible act of a fake act of saying that the council voted in favor of redeveloping mobile home parks with mixed-use development and sending eviction notices to the elderly. Why would you do that? Don't you have parents that are elderly, like me? If I got that, I'd be, you know, I'd just be shocked. But you went ahead and did it as a campaign trick. Also, relative to agenda item 9.2, I'm all in favor of that, and thank you, Mayor, for getting better at running the meeting with Robert's Rules of Order and not allowing people to speak out of turn and out of order. I'm here to rename it the Amy Ordinance and pronounce her guilty as will be charged. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum, followed by Nat Lynn.
Good evening, Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. Just so everyone knows, this is a linear microphone. So if you're near it, it doesn't work. If you're in front of it, that's when it works. So it has to be pointing at your mouth. So a little helpful hint there. Just a little comments about the Arpa funds. Just so everyone knows, yeah, these are all great because the federal government's given this money to cities. And But everybody really needs to realize every single dollar in Arpa that isn't used to recover from COVID is what we are living with across this country in inflation. Arpa created the inflation that we are all living with. I'm not saying give the money back, but it's kind of confusing to people when we're spending Arpa money on playgrounds. I don't want to stand here and say I'm against playgrounds and improving our parks, but everybody needs to know, I mean, not much we can do about it, so I'm kind of like talking in the air, but Arpa money is our inflation. We're not going to give the money back, but what is it? Are we overtaxed? Or is that just printing money that is causing us grief across the whole country? There's a lot of money being spent or being approved tonight on this agenda, and I would like a little bit more conversation, some smart conversation, which would exclude two people on the ends over here because they're pretty much brainless on anything. And I would like to also point out to everyone that's watching on TV that's not in this room that when the cameras are on the speakers, that we should really point out who's not sitting up here. And these two carry on and on and on about representing the people. When they're not sitting up here, they're not representing anyone. And Nam Kwan Nguyen, the only time he came in here tonight, I don't know if his phone is running right now doing his YouTube channel, which means he's making money off of this. Why is his phone sitting up there like that? Is it on? So he's making money off this on his YouTube channel. That's what he does as a profession. So he's making money off of this right now while we're paying him to sit in his office or sit in the back room feeding his face or playing with himself or whatever he's doing back there. The only time he was here, he missed the roll call, and the only time he came in here was to second Amy's walk-on item. So everyone at home should know when certain people are not sitting up here doing their job and not representing anybody. And even when he is sitting here, he does not represent me at all. The out of control chaos that these two create, I don't know if there's any ordinance or resolution that's going to resolve this until you actually do remove them from the room. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nat Lynn, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Xin chào thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố. Tôi là Nhật Linh, là cư dân của địa hạt 3 thành phố Westminster. Tôi phải thêm một lần nữa để nói về hai tên nghị viên Nam Quang và Amy Van West vẫn cố tình kết băng đảng để tuyên truyền láo xạo về vấn đề đổi zone và đuổi nhà mobile home của cư dân. Mặc dù thành phố đã phải vì cái lá thư vô đạo đức bất chấp luật pháp của băng đảng họ gửi đến cư dân các mobile home thông báo đuổi nhà, mà mất nhiều buổi họp ra nhiều thông báo đính chính nhằm mục đích để những người cao niên không phải lo lắng làm xáo trộn đời sống hay là bất an tâm trí. Tôi thiết nghĩ cư dân mobile home sẽ tin vào những văn bản cam kết của thành phố, chứ làm sao có thể tin được những buổi họp báo vỉa hè, tờ rơi của ứng cử viên nhằm đánh lừa cư dân để gom phiếu bầu một cách bẩn thỉu. Vậy mà những người của họ vẫn tiếp tục những hành vi dối trá. Đã thế, nghị viên Amy West lại còn tiếp tục đưa lên Facebook cá nhân, gào thét, nói láo với cư dân mobile home. Tôi hỏi Amy, tại sao bà không dám đăng bài viết dối trá đó lên Facebook Councilwoman? Có phải bà biết rằng sẽ bị cư dân phản đối ở trên đó như bà đã từng bị như vậy? Mỗi khi viết những status phá hoại chính sách của Hội đồng thành phố hay là mị dân, tôi rất tán đồng nghị trình 9.2 về quy chế ứng xử trong Hội đồng thành phố. Đó là mong muốn của hầu hết cư dân khi thấy mấy tháng gần đây, hai nghị viên Nam Quang và Amy West không hề thể hiện văn hóa nghị viên, mà họ biểu hiện cái thứ văn hóa côn đồ đường phố, khiến thành phố không thể có những buổi họp hiệu quả, mà chỉ là những phiên cãi vã phô bày sự tệ hại từ những thù ghét cá nhân, những ganh tị giành giật hạ cấp đáng xấu hổ. Cử tri chúng tôi đòi hỏi thành phố phải nhanh chóng có biện pháp mạnh mẽ nhằm chấm dứt sự hỗn xược, ngang ngược, xấu xí của hai nghị viên Nam Quang và Amy West. Thành phố phải chi tiền cho những buổi họp có hiệu quả cho cử tri, chứ không thể kéo dài tình trạng những phiên chợ của những kẻ côn đồ.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am Nat Lynn, a resident of District 3. I must once again talk about the two council members, Nam Kwan and Amy West, who are still deliberately forming gangs to spread false propaganda about the issue of changing zones and evicting residents of mobile homes. Although the city had to hold many meetings and issue many corrective notices because of the immoral, law-defying letter sent by their gang to mobile home residents announcing the eviction of mobile home residents with the aim of preventing seniors from having any peace of mind and they're worrying and disrupting their lives. I think mobile home residents will believe in the city's written comments, but how can they believe in the sidewalk press conferences and flyers of the candidates to deceive residents to gather votes in a dirty way? Yet their people continue to commit lies. In addition, Councilwoman Amy Van West continued to post on her personal Facebook page screaming and lying to mobile home residents. I asked Amy, why didn't she dare to post that lie on Facebook, Councilwoman? Did she know that she would be opposed by residents there like she had been every time she wrote statuses that sabotaged the policies of the city council and demographics? I strongly agree with agenda item 9.2 on the code of conduct in the city council, which is the wish of most residents when they saw that in recent months, Council Amy and Nam Kwan did not show the culture of city council members, but they showed the culture of street thugs, making it impossible for the city to have effective meetings, but only quarrels, exposing the evils of personal hatred, jealousy, competition, degradation, and shame. We, the voters, demand the city quickly take strong measures to end the insolence, arrogance, and ugliness of Councilwoman Amy Van West. The city and Nam Kwan, the city must spend money on effective meetings for voters and not perpetuate the situation of these thugs. 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 Nam Kwan and Amy West.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by Michael Nguyen.
Good evening. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. And let me just clarify, you do not speak for District 1. We are not silenced. I clearly am not, so that's not an issue. You don't speak for most of us. You're speaking for your own agenda that you are being coached on. I just want to say thank you for doing this civil injunction. I mean, it's something had to be done. They keep claiming that you're not controlling the meetings. They should be happy about it, that you're going to start controlling it, and maybe it will control their behavior. I kind of doubt it, because even at the beginning of the meeting, when they try to bring on an agenda item that she should know the rules about, all I could think was, they can't even behave when we have company. Like, we have so many people here, visitors getting recognition, and they're still acting like that. So I hope that starts tonight, especially with him being gone. I think he's been here a total of about 10 minutes of this meeting so far. She's here, but she's not. She's on her phone, probably on YouTube. She's probably streaming like she's been doing, like he's been doing. And I would like to know if they are making money on these channels while they're getting paid taxpayer money to sit here and do nothing for the city except do their own agenda and try to destroy the city from within. I would like to know if that's an issue. If they are making, because that would, to me, would be double dipping. And I would hope that those injunctions, the fines and everything can start tonight with her behavior, his absence. And actually, I would like it to go retroactively, but that might actually be it. I thought I had more, but thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Nguyen, followed by Kai Dao.
Hello, dear Mr. Mayor, dear Vice Mayor, and all council. My name is Michael Nguyen, and I'm not live here. I'm from Washington. From my house to the border to BC, Vancouver, Canada, only 13 minutes. And the thing is, we tried to move to Westminster, but my wife said no. You know why? Because I open every meeting in the Westminster for my wife. Look at it. And she denied, said no, she don't want to move to over here. And the thing I'm come over here, I want sorry for all Westminster residents. I'm support wrong person for Nam Quan and Amy. That two people I'm support 100%. But all the minute I see what they take the action, I'm disappointed. That's all.
I just want to confirm that you're talking about the fake news and right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why every time, and I'm the YouTuber, every time I'm live stream for Westminster meeting, 200, 300,000 people watching, and all they got mad, they pissed off, they say, why we don't fit that problem? Please, Mr. Lawyer, Mr. Mayor, how we fit that problem? We don't have any happen like before for every meeting. Thank you. And so sorry, all the residents from Westminster, I'm support wrong person, Nam Quan and Amy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kai Dao, followed by Joseph No.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. City Attorney, I applaud you. It's about time. I applaud you for guiding the circus of a council to finally address this issue and try to find a solution to resolve this problem before us that had turned us into the laughingstock of the county, if not the state. Even people living in rural areas in Vietnam, all over America, and around the world are watching our meeting to amuse themselves with disgust and pity. That's why I told you guys, Mr. Mayor, I even called you stupid before, right? That's why I told you guys I'm ashamed to have the four of you represent us in the dais as Vietnamese American, both people or Vietnamese refugees. But I guess you, Mr. Mayor, specifically, is trying to pass this resolution in order to stop the chaos, in your opinion, in your mind. So you think you can improve the situation or our reputation because you think Nam Quan and Amy, Council Member Amy Phan West or Council Member Nam Quan Nguyen are the only two that cause this problem. I don't disagree with you three on this. But what about the true cause of this problem? What do you think turned this two into such uncontrollable hecklers or hoodlums? Have you always been fair and just? Have you always presided the meeting accordingly, properly, professionally, impartially, without bias or hidden motives? Well, one of the friend oncologist told me the people that he hates or afraid the most is self-righteousness people. I think you and your followers are that.
Our next speaker is Joseph No, followed by Devora Mariscal.
Hello, everyone.
Chúng tôi rất xấu hổ khi thành phố Westminster đã không thành thật với những người dân mobile home. Nghị trình 5.2 là một điển hình mà quý vị đã dùng đủ mọi cách để che giấu không có ảnh hưởng đến người dân mobile home. Nhưng thật ra nó đã diễn ra những ngày mà người dân mobile home Green Lantern đã bị mất ngủ trong năm 2017 đến 2020. Chúng tôi được biết ngoài những vụ việc này, ông thị trưởng còn lừa bịp người dân ở tại Virginia qua việc gây quỹ tranh cử chức thượng nghị sĩ tiểu bang California vào tháng 4 năm 2024 và số tiền thu được đã cho vào quỹ tranh cử thị trưởng năm 2022 do vợ ông là bà Jackie Lane nắm giữ. Trong khi đó, chức vụ thượng nghị sĩ tiểu bang không hề có. Riêng thành phố Washington, chúng tôi thấy cơ cấu làm việc của thành phố đã bị cộng sản hóa cho dù khiếu nại về việc gian lận tài chính giữa ông thị trưởng hội WCF do em vợ ông là Dominic Lê nắm đầu. Hội cao niên áo Mỹ và bà thân Nhật Linh đã lạm dụng gieo tiền để rửa tiền mà không hề thấy tổng quản trị trả lời về việc này. Đây là một trong những tham nhũng hối lộ quy mô nhiều phần giống hồ sơ tham nhũng của giám sát viên quận Cam Andrew Đỗ. Chúng tôi yêu cầu quý vị trình bày và giải thích trước công chúng nhận định những lỗi lầm, gian dối mà quý vị đã gây ra trong suốt những thời gian qua. Trở lại nghị trình 5.2 yêu cầu quý vị hủy bỏ và tách rời những khu dân cư ra khỏi chương trình cải cách phát triển của thành phố.
Has not been honest with the people of Little Saigon. Agenda 5.2 has been a prime example where you have sought every possible way to conceal its impact on the residents of Little Saigon. But in reality, it is reminiscent of the days when the residents of the Little Saigon Green Lantern neighborhood suffered from sleepless nights throughout 2017 to 2020. We have learned that besides these issues, the mayor has also deceived the people of Virginia by raising campaign funds for the California State Senate race in April 2024. And the money raised has been funneled into the mayoral campaign fund for 2022, which is controlled by his wife, Jacqueline Lowe, even though the state Senate position does not exist. As for the city of Westminster, we believe that the city's operational structure has been compromised. Despite my complaints about financial fraud involving the mayor, the WCF Association headed by his brother-in-law Dominic Lowe, the Asian American Senior Citizens Association, and Ms. Nat Lin, who have misused Zelle for money laundering, we have not seen any response from the city manager regarding these issues. This is a form of large-scale corruption and bribery that resembles the corruption cases involving Orange County Supervisor Andrew Dew. We demand that you publicly present and explain the deceitful mistakes that you have made over the past period. Returning to Agenda 5.2, we request that you withdraw and separate the residential areas from the city's development reform program.
That's all I want to say today, and I hope you guys can withdraw the 5.2. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Mariscal, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Good evening, everybody. Deborah Mariscal, Westminster, California. Would like to state that Nam Kwan is not in the meeting and has not been here for quite some time, just for the record. On behalf of the residents who come and speak, who watch on YouTube, who watch live, to all of our city staff, our police department, our attorney, our city manager, city clerk, my sincere apologies for what I consider the abuse that you have taken for the last almost 2 years, and I hope that that stops. 9.1, yes, I do believe that permits should be required not only by the person that wants to have the press release, but maybe if it's at all possible, even the number of press that are present to attend. I think that would be a good idea. 9.2, we spent way too much time in disruption. Any disruptor should be removed, so I really appreciate that. And then I just have two final things to say, which are proverbs. Better to be silent and thought a fool than to speak and prove it. When someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Hello, item 1, congratulations, City Clerk Orocho, on your appointment as President of the City Clerks Department of the League of California Cities and as CCAC President coming soon. Congratulations, PD Records and support staff, and to all who supported our Fall Festival, especially our great Employee Association title sponsors. Item 3.3, the Goodwill Proclamation is late, so I didn't even hear it. The event was on the 5th. 3.4, thanks for making most of my corrections, but you missed one. 3.5, valid insurance policies and business license renewal must be obtained before executing this contract. They've expired. 3.6, great to have Arpa funds to improve our museum site. 5.2, as I reported, the staff report states the contract is to be awarded to Western State Builders, but the original attachments, agreement, and proposal were for R.E. Schultz Construction. Now corrected. You're welcome. 5.3, yes to sponsorship, but the school district is better off financially than the city, and they were not the title sponsor for our fall festival, so please consider 2,000 or 1,000 level, not 3,000. 5.4, city staff rocked the fall festival. 2 suggestions for next year: have the city council kick off on Friday night and utilize PA speakers throughout the event to make announcements of what entertainment is going on and where the stage is. 9.1, more important than a fake news resolution, is getting official, accurate information out to all the mobile home park residents ASAP. Staff issued a press release Friday as the first step. Councilmember West immediately issued her own counter press release, doubling down on their lies and basically calling city staff liars again. 9.2, an ordinance your city attorney opined wasn't even possible, and he drafted one with errors. Per my email, government code 38513 is cited throughout. There's no such code. Should be 36813. Subject says resolution, but it's an ordinance. WMC 204060 only applies to any person in the audience. Section 2B, add or members of the public. Section 2D, 3D, add city staff and members of the public. Also add members of the public to 3F and 3H. Section E3, strike the presiding officer may choose the end meeting. Punish the offenders, not city staff, other council members, and the public. Add leaving the dais repeatedly for long periods, missing entire discussions and votes, and going out into the audience during the meeting. These acts most certainly disrupt, impede meetings. Amend, approve, and once adopted, enforce it. Can hardly wait for Amy's 1, 2, 3, 4 report from the Long Beach conference. A free vacation and meals for her and her 3 kids. How was the pool, Amy? What did you learn? Oh, I know. How to misuse taxpayer funds, just like your mentor, Andrew Doe.
That's all you seem to do.
And you bet your ass it is.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a brief
Before we have a brief comment, I am speaking, please. Before we have a brief comment, if any of the council want to do it, I mean it's a brief comment again, okay? I want to take this moment to thank you all again for coming out and voice your opinion. I truly appreciate your attendance and also voice your opinion, whichever way it is. The second thing that I want to do is I want to thank to Terry Rain, our residents. She actually looked at the item and she read the item, she fit the comments to the council. But we, from the council standpoint, we will deem to update as is appropriate from the council standpoint and from the attorney standpoint. So I appreciate for that, but we'll do what needs to be done. The third one is I have to speak here. I hope that what my expectation is the candidate for the city council should be here to present in English instead of Vietnamese. As you can see that last meeting we have the council here speaking Vietnamese. And now we don't want to have, I don't think that we want to have another council that also speak in Vietnamese and then this will turn into Vietnamese meeting. And I hope that you understand that. I'm very disappointed at the candidate who come up and speak Vietnamese and can like, okay, I appreciate that. So at this time, I would like to recognize Councilmember West for a brief comment, please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Council, I have took notes on
Please,
each
please, at
speaker.
this time, thank you very much. Help me to run the meeting, please. Go ahead, Councilmember West. It's a brief comment, please.
I understand. I took notes like you told me to, so for each comment of each speaker. So I just want to let you know, what I took notes of in my answer to rebuttal those. The first person that spoke was Gigi. So I just want to address your concern. I understand that you wanted, you said basically that item 9.2, which you mentioned about the decorum and whatnot. And you must understand, in the last 22 months, that we, Councilmember Nam Quang and I, have been elected by the people to be on the council here. We have been attacked by each one of you guys that comes to the meeting for the last every 2 months. And I know many of you who come here every 2 weeks, you repeat the same point. At every meeting. You present yourself as concerned citizen, but your action have been divisive. You haven't given us, solution that you want to fix the city since day one that we've been here on the council. You have attacked us. You have constantly patronized us and biased against us. But yet you praise Charlie, Kimberly Ho, and Monzo constantly. And you say you're neutral, but you're not. You're biased. And the thing is that we, as Councilman Nam Quang and I are here, we're more than happy to hear your guys' concern. I even offer many times, if you look back on the council meeting, that I offer you guys to come to my office, especially Terry Ring. I've offered that to you, but you have not come for 5 times I've offered it. So the thing is that if you guys
Thank
have
you very
genuine,
much.
I
think
haven't
that-
finished.
Well, if you have to
I
have a
took
brief
notes
comment.
of
Brief
each
comment.
person.
No,
So may I-
not just overall.
That is
not-
what you told me to do. Take notes and then talk
but
later.
brief-
That's what I'm
brief,
doing.
You have used, for one person, how many minutes did you use already?
That is
just a brief
Gigi.
comment, please. Just a
And
brief comment.
Michael.
At
Okay,
this
I'm
time here,
addressing.
I am
Okay, so
asking you
now-
to brief on your
That
comment.
is fine. I'm going to go to each person that I took note on. So you guys talking about, you guys talk about fake news. And like I walked in earlier, I encourage you guys, look at the agenda item on 5.2 on September 11th. So the council board here, the mayor, Kimberly Ho, and Carlos voted to pass an ordinance, basically a mixed
Mayor, we
use.
can't have this, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
This is
may I
like, we
finish?
already
I have
talked
the
about it
floor.
before.
Please, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Manzo, I know what to do. I will have you have 1 more minute for a brief comment, and I will have to stop you from this. Sorry. 1 minute.
Okay, may I finish?
Go ahead.
I have the
1 minute.
floor.
1 minute for her, please.
You don't tell us
Thank you. Go
why
ahead.
we have
Go
item
ahead.
notes. So if each person, and I'm going to address their concern.
No, if
Yeah,
you are using
excuse me.
your 1 minute.
Don't have a narrative. This is where they have shared their grievances. I'm responding back to their grievances.
You are using your 1 minute.
Okay, so may I finish? I have the floor, Mr. Mayor. May I
You
finish?
have 41 minutes.
Okay, so anyways, fake news.
41
So I came, why are you keep interrupting me, Mr. Mayor? I
Go ahead.
reclaim
Go
my
ahead.
time.
Go.
You said you want to enforce the Robert's Rule of Order. Please follow it. When someone has the floor, don't interrupt them. And you're doing the same thing to distract me from answering their grievances, and that's unfair and biased. So regarding the fake news, that's the reason why I walk in an urgent item to where it is a reso to protect the resident and the low-income people in the mobile home park. With this redevelopment, rezoning, it will kick you guys out.
Thank you. All right.
Super rude.
Okay.
This is unacceptable.
I'm asking you to stop at this time. You are not recognized at this time. You are not recognized at this time. Councilmember West, please stop.
City attorney, so what
Please stop. I am running the meeting, okay, please. Okay, anything else from from our council here?
City attorney.
Yes, council member Menzo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
The mayor sets the rules.
City
He says
attorney.
you to say it briefly.
And that's what
Please
I'm addressing
don't
each
spend your
person.
time to mislead.
I asked the city attorney
residents.
not to
Please
respond,
answer
please. Go ahead.
Oh, so now
I'm
the
done.
legal
Yes.
attorney cannot answer our question.
I am
And
running
we
the meeting,
represent
and at this
District
time
1
here,
and 4.
it's not-
How
go ahead.
ridiculous this is,
Mayor,
guys.
thank you, Mayor.
If you guys are electing people like this, who is Gestapo,
Please, please, you are not recognized at this time, please.
guys,
Go ahead.
Gestapo.
You have your time already. You have your time already. You will listen. You will listen to Councilmember Menzo. He will do the brief comment as I ask him to do. Please,
You
Councilmember
do not allow
Menzo,
me
go
to
ahead.
address the
You
residents'
can talk louder.
concerns. So that's what I'm doing.
So if she got a question, then let her ask the
Mr. Mayor,
question.
there's disruption in the chamber. Can you please address that since you're the chair?
You don't know how to
I
run
ask
the
you
meeting.
first.
Right there.
I ask you first. You be polite yourself
Mr.
first.
Mayor, can you tell your
please sit
lovers
down,
over there
please,
to shut
you can
up?
sit down and hold up your Can I ask you to sit down, please?
Watch your mouth,
Thank you.
Namquan.
There's
Why don't you
disruption
set
in
an
the chamber,
example?
Mayor.
Say it.
Now,
There's
Mr. Mayor, can you tell your lovers down there to
be
shut up,
quiet, please. This time
Why
I
are you
recognize.
silence the council when there's
this
disruption
time,
in the chamber and you can't even handle it?
At this time, I only recognize Councilmember Menzo for a brief comment, please. Councilmember.
Mayor, thank you, members of the public, for coming out and expressing your concerns. Please keep it down, because when the audience gets rowdy, it kind of extends to this council. So I ask for your help in keeping the quorum out in the public. I know it's hard, but please, you guys show us, the people that don't understand quorum, show us how to do it up here, because some of us don't know how to be respectful.
Wow.
I find it very horrific that two members of the council continue to manipulate members of our community, especially the non-English speaking as a first language, since they're only doing it in the Vietnamese language.
Okay, so now you're concerned about the Vietnamese speaking, huh?
Okay,
so whenever that I speak Vietnamese.
Please, wait for your turn. Okay, if you want to have a brief comment, wait for your turn, please. Okay, hold on. Wait for your turn. If you want to have a brief comment, I ask you, Councilmember Nguyen, let Councilmember Menzo finish his comment. Can you go ahead and address the
So
public?
I'm asking the community to please help us keep this meeting in order by doing your best to keep your tempers down. I know it's hard, and I find it very horrific that these two council members continue to lie to the community to scare them. I think it puts the city as a risk, a liability, because I can only see a lawsuit coming from residents who are taking this meeting as a city issue, and they're spreading false information to the community.
Okay, thank
So I
you.
wish they would stop.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Is there anything from Vice Mayor Ho? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Jolly. I want to respond to you about the comment that you just made earlier about me speaking Vietnamese. If you ever let me have enough time, okay, I'm going to speak in Vietnamese and English. Okay, so you are the one that take away the time that the council member allowed to speak. So you are a liar.
Oh,
You are a hypocrite.
Can you finish?
Hold on. Can I stop you for a minute? Go ahead and finish yours. Hurry up, please. Will you please help me to run the meeting,
Okay,
please?
that's all I
Thank
want
you.
to
That's
say.
it. All right. Okay, moving on. The next thing is the consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by the single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be, please.
Ai quan tóc mà
No.
quay đông quan rồi quay ai
Please.
quay ai sao tới giờ này tôi không
Miss,
tôi đã ghi
I am,
để sao ghi rồi
you are disrupting the meeting.
Was
You are
she-
disrupting the meeting.
Was she on
I am
public comment?
issuing a first warning to you. I am issuing the first warning to you.
She incorrectly marked it.
Councilmember West, you have to get back to the dais.
bây giờ luật sư tôi đề nghị luật sư
Okay,
tôi đã ghi danh đàng hoàng tại sao không cho
Member,
nếu mà tại thành phố
I am issuing.
ông độc tài mà ông không cho
I want.
ghi danh đàng hoàng tôi đến đây
I want to mention again, this is the second warning to you.
We told the mayor.
I ask you to go back to the council dais, please. You have no right at this time. You have no right to speak at this time. If you want to, you can go back there.
I think she put in a card so she put the name wrong, so I feel like we should let her speak because she did put a card in.
Council member West, you either take the role as a city council or you can take a role as a public member. Which one you choose? No, you can do only one at this time. I am moving on, okay? At this time here, I want to, I will entertain the motion for consent calendar if there's any.
To let her speak?
Hold on. I want you to hold it right now. I want you to hold it, okay? I want you to hold it. Let me ask.
She did submit a card and she incorrectly wrote something, so she didn't end up getting called.
But she submit for the non-agenda or agenda.
Right, but she made a mistake.
Oh, that's her. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay, I was informed that she put in the request card, but see, the request card is for non-agenda items, which is not the time yet. So at this time, I ask you for the third time. I issue you the third time. Okay, it is the third time warning for you. I ask.
Just to direct them to have her go.
I ask you to leave the council chambers. Okay, please. She left the council chambers, and I already give the third warning. At this time, I ask the police not to let her back to the council. Otherwise, I have to do the eviction. I mean the. It's already 3 warnings, okay? You don't need to talk about it. You have to do your job right here at the dais. Please. Done. Okay, at this time, I would like to entertain if there is any motion for consent calendar.
Yes, I'd like to pull 3.4, 3.5,
3.4, 2.4.
I can request an item to be pulled.
3.4, 3.5, 3.6.
Okay, I also want to request, since you, Mr. Nam Quang, pulled 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, I want to pull 3.8 and also 4.1.
We're not 4.1 yet.
Actually, we're going to discuss that in a bit, the billboard.
You're kidding.
So 3.4, 3.8 would be great.
Which one did you have again?
Okay, is there any motion to
Move to approve.
approve the rest? Except for-
Approve the rest.
Okay, move to approve the rest except for 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6, and 3.8 by council member, who moved?
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor moved to approve, and second by
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Manzo. Yes.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, and 3.8 pulled for a separate discussion. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, at this time, item 3.4, continue from October 9, 2024 regular City Council meeting, approval of toll services agreement for the Westminster Police Department rotational toll program. This item pulled by Councilmember Nguyen. Your turn.
Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself again from this
Okay,
item.
sure, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen,
Okay.
you are now recognized.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Can I ask a question? Okay. So for now, how many companies that we are about to enter a contract with them for the towing service?
We currently have one. We're looking for 3 or 4 is the goal.
Okay, so how long does it take you for the police department to get the second one and the third one and the fourth one?
First, we would have to meet with all the interested tow companies, and then they would have to pass the CHP's inspection before we could even take them on into our program.
Okay, so can you just throw me a wild guess, like how long it's going to take you?
The goal is to have it done by the end of the year if it gets approved tonight.
Okay, Councilwoman Fan West, do you have any question? Thank you.
You know, I just feel like I wanted to make an appointment to sit with you guys.
Hold on, Councilmember West. Okay, it's going to be 5 minutes for each, and so I'll ask you to go ahead and put in. All right, now I can recognize you. Go ahead.
So Weber, thank you for being here tonight. You know, we always support you guys, but we just need more information on this. I wanted to sit down with you guys to go over, you know, different, I guess I wanted to make appointment with Chief, but he's on vacation right now, so he won't be back in 10 days, right? So can I schedule an appointment, because I would love to know what's going on, and to sit down with those tow company just to get more information and input on what the chief says regarding that. Is that a possibility for me to make an appointment with the chief of police when he come back?
Yeah, you're always more than welcome to make an appointment with the chief. I have the Commander Drennan here, who's the expert on this topic, and he should be able to answer any questions you would have, if you'd like.
I mean, I would love for the information to present, but as I say, I would love to sit down and get time to chew on those information. It's important because every decision I make, it affects my constituent and the people in the city of Westminster. So I want to make sure I do diligent. It's just, you can present it if you want to, but I will continue, I need to sit down and chew on those
But why didn't you chew before you came here?
Hold on.
Excuse me, I did try to set an appointment, and he's
Vice Mayor
not
Ho,
here
help me
this
to
week.
run the meeting. I understand exactly what we need to do. Let her use her 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Don't be
I appreciate
rude.
that. Don't
I
interrupt.
ask you to be quiet, please. Okay, I don't know. If you don't use your 5 minutes wisely, then that's your problem.
Okay, so, I mean, if you want to present, you can, but if it's possible, can you put me down for the calendar for Chief to go over this? Thank you, Weber.
So would you like us to talk about it, or do you have specific questions?
Well, you can talk about it if you like, about just the tow company. Like, I guess Mr. Namquang just asked, what company are you guys already have right now? And then you guys are looking for new ones.
We haven't met with any of the new ones yet. Until this agreement is approved, we can't meet with the tow companies. We currently are only operating with one.
But I thought the company we have right now are pretty good with their towing.
No,
I mean,
they're
in our
fantastic, but
city.
you need multiple companies on the call in case we have big accidents or more than one accident at one time. We need access to more tow trucks so we can clear the road
So
faster,
right
so
now,
there's
you
not
guys only
delays.
have one, is that what you're saying?
Right now, we currently only have
Okay.
one, yes. And we haven't met with any other companies. We can't without this agreement being approved.
Okay, so you want more than one? I mean, how many people are
So-
in that company that does the tow in their routes? Do you know?
Well,
Can you tell
I don't
me?
know how many employees they have, but in my 2.5 decades working for this city, we've always had a minimum of three.
Then what happened
Three
to
tow
the two?
companies. One sold, and then one we can't speak on right now. The city attorney addressed that last meeting.
So tell me,
Sir, it's her turn. Let her finish her turn.
So one sold the company, and then we have one that you guys can't talk about. Okay, and yeah, that's why I want to sit down with you guys for that reason. You know what I mean? If you guys can't publicly speak about it, then at least as a council member, I need that information to make decision.
Well, we can't publicly speak on it because of possible litigation.
So
It's not something we can, the city attorney made a ruling on this last meeting.
So they did something fraudulent, is that what it is?
I'm not going to, city attorney?
Now I can recognize the city attorney.
Okay.
No, what's before you is a process. The council has an opportunity to approve a process of having a rotational tow, hire these companies to be on a rotation. That's what's to be considered by the council, not the individual tow companies, and so we don't want to get into that. But you can discuss the process, but this is pretty standard for cities to have this kind of a rotation. So we don't have one company
So from what I'm
serving.
understanding, Mr. Carlos Monza excused himself because of potential conflict of these lists of tow company have donated to him. Is that correct? Well, there's no other, that's the reason why. So I want to sit down and talk to Chief regarding all this company that you guys listed here. I just want to get more information. So with that, I guess I yield my time.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Ho, if you allow me to go before you, I would take 5 minutes, but you go ahead and start. I just wonder, this is, let me read the item again. 3.4, continue from the October 9, 2024 regular city council meeting. This is a continued item. What did you do for the last 2 weeks? You haven't done a thing, or you haven't get to with the chief, and now you're asking for another 2 weeks? Why are you doing that to all of us here? And the next time you will ask for another 2 weeks, are you going to keep this moving out? I don't think that you are doing diligently your job as a council to review the item before you come to the meeting. This is a continued item from October 8, 2024 regular city council meeting. It is read on the agenda right there. That's it. That's all I have. Next for you, Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, I do request that you chew before you come to the meeting. And, as I noticed that it says continued from October 9th, and so everything is, because you are the holdup, so it's not good for our city to not be able to move forward. And to have rotational tow program, we need more than one. So that's all I have to say. We need to move forward.
So my statement is to that.
No,
is you
no,
guys
it's
can
not your
vote.
turn yet. So right now.
Okay, can I have second round because
No,
we have 2 rounds?
Are you done?
Yeah, she's done.
What, you're done, okay. Next is, next, are you having anything, Councilmember,
He just spoke already.
Councilmember Nguyen? Because he go before you, so I want to recognize him.
okay, let me ask.
Okay, start 5 minutes for him.
Okay. Let me ask Deputy Chief Weber. So when we enter this agreement, so the agreement going to be with the towing company right now, or what?
The one that's current in there? The one we're currently using?
Right.
They would have an opportunity to do this agreement, yes.
And why we need an agreement? Because I think we already have the agreement with this current towing service, right?
So why do we need this agreement?
Right.
This agreement lays out the rules that the tow companies have to follow. So we make sure that they're not breaking any rules, or they're not overcharging our residents, or doing things that we wouldn't support in the city.
Okay. So as far as I understand, this is the new agreement that you guys come up with, right?
So the old agreement expired. We're trying to renew this agreement.
Okay, got it. So what is the difference between the expired one with the new one?
There were a couple changes. The biggest one was we moved the mileage the company could be out of the city just a little bit because we didn't have enough companies in the city currently. But we want to make sure that the response times are short enough, so we extended the mileage a little bit, but they would still be able to be here in a timely manner.
Okay, do we have the, the item that I once mentioned to the chief, that the towing service company, they are not allowed to charge the people on the day that they are not working, which is Sunday. Do we have that clause in the new agreement?
Oh, you wanted the after-hours fee waived?
No, I mean, like, I've been to a lot of towing service company, and they close on Sunday, but they still charge the people, on Sunday, which is the day that they don't work. So do we have that clause in the agreement?
We have an after-hours fee established in the agreement, yes. What is it?
No.
I guess to clarify, is there anything in the agreement that requires them to be available on a Sunday?
Yes.
So they have to be available in order to qualify as a qualified company?
Yes.
But there is a fee associated with the...
Yes, an after-hours fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Before I start with Councilmember West, recognizing her for the second round, I just want the public to understand that sometimes I have to raise my voice because I have to regain the control of the meeting, or else it will be, it will be wild. So sorry about that, but I don't want to do that. If the meeting is going well, then we can conduct in the orderly manner, then I don't have to do that. So I apologize for that and hope you understand. And now I want to recognize our Councilmember West for the second round for this item, please.
Okay, I want to address your comment, Mr. Mayor, earlier. So the thing is that Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Monzo, which he's not here because he recused himself, so that's you guys too. You guys can decide however you want to vote. It's your vote, your choice, and you represent your district and city of Westminster. But the thing is that when you are condescending the whole night, and you've been doing this forever, because you guys have the majority, so you're doing to the minority in the council chamber here, and all of us have one vote. And it's very disrespectful to be condescending to your colleagues. And that's unacceptable when you talk about decorum and ethical. What you guys are doing is putting the other colleagues down. We work hard to be elected by the people, and we're representing the people. So the majority of the people in my district who voted for me, over 4,000 people.
Are you talking about the item, or you were talking about something else?
So the
Please
thing is that
address the item,
I'm
please.
addressing your comment.
No.
So
Go ahead.
you can't agree or disagree, it's up to you, but I am responding back to your comment. So you guys can vote however, but you don't need to, put your colleagues down or belittle them. And the thing is that all of us do our study. You think you're the only one who reads the agenda? You know how many agenda I read and put notes on? Because I write them down. So it is very condescending, and it's unacceptable behavior for the council on here to talk like that to your colleagues. And then the other thing is, thanks for presenting. I will make that appointment with Chief when he comes back, and we will go forward with the vote. So I motion to move this item forward for a vote.
I second.
Okay, at this time, I recognize Vice Mayor Ho. If there's any comment from you. I'm good. Okay, go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen, to approve the tow services agreement for tow service providers desiring to participate in the Westminster Police Department's rotational tow program. I'll go to call for roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Well, I guess I want to move forward to this vote, but can I substitute or kind of edit the motion a little bit? City Attorney?
Yes.
It is your motion, so if you'd like to amend it, you
So I was wondering if we can push this till we sit down with the ICE and talk about the situation with the other tow and all the tow company that's listed on here. That's my substitute modification to the motion before we vote.
I guess it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing that delayed.
Till we sit down.
Until
to
later.
continue the item until you sit down with staff
Exactly.
We would need some kind of date certain, I would say.
to the next
when
meeting.
Is Chief back? 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay, so you'd like to continue this to the next meeting, which is scheduled on November 13th?
Perfect.
Okay.
Does the second agree to that?
Second.
All right, so I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West.
Also,
seconded-
before you call for the vote, let me, I changed my mind. I want to do substitute motion.
Oh, sure.
My substitute motion is do nothing.
To what?
Do nothing.
Do nothing to
It's
this
the
item.
same thing I'm pushing forward for 2 more
Well,
weeks.
you said delay the last time. I'm doing nothing right now. Not to approve it.
To take no action or to not approve?
Not approve.
Okay.
Not approve my motion? Is that what you're asking?
Not approve this item today.
That is pushing back to 2 weeks till we sit down.
Your motion is pushing back to about 2 weeks. It's yours. It's yours.
Is there a second to the motion to take no action, or the substitute motion to take no action?
A second.
Okay, so I have a substitute motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to take no action on the item. I'll go to call for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West?
City manager, I'm confused. Can you please explain because that's the similar.
So I'm not gonna comment on the motion, but I do want to comment on the fact that our agreements are going to expire. So what does that mean for towing in our city?
Yeah, why, Mr. Mayor? Don't you want to help them? We just want to sit.
Well, I want to help them by approving it tonight.
You're not approving this.
Yes, if you agree to move it to approve this item, I will.
That's what we said
Okay,
to sit
well,
down.
you
That's why I
said that the
modified it.
next,
So
you want to delay it until next time, then,
Which is 2 more weeks when we sit down.
okay.
But you didn't want to do.
If that's the case, let me revise my motion. If that's the case, let me revise my motion. My substitute motion is to approve the item.
Does the second agree with that substitute amendment?
What?
who's the second?
So,
You are such a flip-flopper.
So I have an amended substitute motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to approve the tow services agreement for tow service providers desiring to participate in the Westminster Police Department's rotational tow program.
Yes, the reason I make the substitute motion, I revised my substitute motion because she asked to help them to get it going. So just want to make it clear.
You changed
Go
your
ahead and call for
Okay,
the
so
vote,
I'll
please.
call
What I
roll
want to
for the-
say, what I want to say is that by voting yes, we could still have you sit down with the chief in 2 weeks,
Yes.
Amy. So
All right.
Vote
go-
yes, we still
You
have
can vote however you
Go
want.
ahead and
So
call
we're
for the
making a
vote.
motion. There's
Go
a
ahead.
motion on the floor, substitute motion, so can you please
Okay,
vote?
go ahead and call for the vote,
Okay,
please.
so I'll call roll for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
Substitute motion, no.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion's 2-2.
Okay. Now call for the original motion, please.
Original motion was made by Councilmember Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen, to continue the item to the next regular meeting to be held on November 13th, 2024. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Motion's failed 2-2.
All right, moving on to the
Wait,
next.
let me just jump in here.
Okay,
Is there-
please.
Legally speaking, are we going to run into an issue here where we don't have tow coverage?
I don't know. I don't know. I did revise my motion just so that we can do the city business according to the request from Councilmember West, but it's not going through.
I just want to check
it's my
with the
fault
police
now?
to make sure.
Why didn't you allow
Why
Well,
don't
either
why
way,
you
we
modify
won't
it so
have
many
it.
times, Mr. Mayor?
So
Either way, we won't have it today.
either way, we wouldn't have it
Either
today.
way.
Done, right? So can we go to the next one?
So my understanding is that with this, this is a staff item, and staff always can bring it back, right? Whenever they think it's fit, right?
Well, yes.
Okay,
Essentially,
all right,
yes.
thank you. That's it
You're
now.
ready. Bring it
Okay,
back.
moving on to item 3.5. Approve of amendment number 1 to the agreement with Anna Burton for continued emergency operation center coordination services in fiscal year 2024-2025. This item is pulled by Councilmember Nguyen. You are now recognized.
Yes, can I ask a question about this? Emergency Operations Center.
Can I suggest that when we have these kinds of items, that if there's major questions about it, just have staff give a staff report on it?
Yes, please.
Because I think it will be helpful to lay out what the agreement's for and that sort of thing. A brief, I would.
Well, I think in the interest of time for items that are pulled from the consent calendar, it's easier if the council member just asks the question, then we can address it directly.
Yes, okay, move on.
Okay, can I have a question with whoever that's responsible for this? All right, so this is the first time that I heard about the Anna Burton Emergency Operations Center. Last year, I didn't heard about this. I didn't hear about this. Okay, so where is it at, and why we have this?
I can call Anna up and she can answer any
please.
questions you'd like.
Good evening, Anna Burton.
Okay.
The position that I currently fill under this contract is providing emergency management services, and part of that is the coordination of our Emergency Operations Center. This is the center that's used to bring city staff together. We work with local agencies, all city departments, the county, the state, and most importantly with FEMA. If we have a catastrophic emergency, this would be the coordination to identify how we can collect and reimburse ourselves for any public infrastructure losses, and also identify grants to support us in our emergency management programs.
Okay, so how long have you been working with us, the city?
The contract was first initiated November 1st of last year. This is the first renewal.
Okay, this is for Deputy Chief Weber. So I believe that when I visit the police department, I noticed that we have a big room that that will be used for the emergency, right?
Yes, yes we do.
Okay, so why we have this emergency operations center and what going to be with the police in case of emergency like this? You know, what will you do?
So the Emergency Operations Center would be activated, and those people who are identified in those core roles and positions would be asked to respond to the Emergency Center and then begin the coordination of the city's response. And that could be situation assessment, supporting the field operations, and then working with the county and our other mutual aid partners.
Okay, so this is for Christine. How come I didn't hear about this last year?
How come you didn't hear about us hiring an emergency coordinator?
Yeah,
Or
do we have an agreement and?
there is an agreement. That's why this is a renewal.
Right.
Well, previously, who was doing it before? We had a couple of other emergency services coordinators. Robert Acosta was one at one point. Mike Segura was another one at one point. But we, as a city entity, we should always have an emergency services coordinator.
Yeah, if I could speak to this, this is just, if an emergency happens, such as we've seen on the East Coast recently, or in any earthquake or a thing of that nature, we have to be ready to get right on top of it very quickly. So this particular role helps to make sure that we're ready for that, that the staff that are in the city are prepared, that everything's organized, that they know where they're supposed to go, what they're supposed to do. It's someone who's the central point to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do in the event that something happens. So we really need this position. It could be an employee, or in this case, contracting with somebody who has a lot of experience to do it. And so I would just point out that this is an important role, a very important role.
Okay, go back to my question. I feel like this is a redundancy because I think this is the police department job to arrange on this. And then now we have to bring in a third party, like an outside company to do it for us.
Well, she's specialized. She's been training us. She ran a tabletop exercise with the department heads at one of their last department head meetings. I think the missing piece here is in a major emergency, like say what the city attorney brought up, a hurricane in Florida, it's not necessarily police that are the ones that are coordinating all the services. We do the emergencies, the rescues and stuff like that. She's the one leading staff to make sure they have all their ducks in a row for maybe FEMA funding, Red Cross, getting public works out to help with the flooding or stuff like that. She's the one that not only trains us, but orchestrates us through these events.
Is your question whether it's a contract versus an employee? Is that part of your question? Because because regardless, so some cities have someone that is in-house as part of, if it's a fire department, maybe someone with their fire department or someone with their police department. We have not had one on our payroll in quite some time. It's been contracted for even before I got here. So, it's someone with a very specialized expertise, and Anna can talk a little bit more about, where she's worked if you'd like. But she's got a particular skill set that not necessarily
right. Okay,
public
I just want to make it clear
officers.
that I have nothing to against you, but I just want to make
all
it
right,
clear.
thank you. Your 5 minutes is up, sir. Your 5 minutes is up.
Right.
And I don't know if, I like to choose to go before these people, these council here. I don't have any problem with this. And you are welcome to discuss about this item, but I can move to approve this item.
I'll second it, Mayor, but I think we need to make sure that everybody understands and the council understands that the last thing we want to happen is if there is an emergency, an earthquake, that everybody's scrambling and I don't know what to do and everybody's looking to somebody else for direction and then we're caught basically with our pants down.
We actually have a motion and second on the floor. Go ahead and call
thank
for
you
the
very
vote.
much for your service for 1 year and continue your service for the next year. So thank you.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve Amendment Number 1 to the agreement with Anna M. Burton for continued emergency operations center coordination services for a one-year term beginning November 1st, 2024 through October 31st, 2025. In the amount of $82,560, and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute Amendment Number 1 to the agreement in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go to call roll.
Mr.
Councilwoman
Mayor,
Van
I would
West.
like to make a statement.
No, at this
quick.
time, we are calling vote. If you want to talk, you can talk during the time that you vote, okay?
You guys never
Go
went
ahead.
your round.
We have gone through that already, so go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Councilwoman Van West.
So I just want to say thank you for this emergency service. It's very important, and I see the value of it. And for me, I want to say thank you, and yes, I approve this.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay. Ms. Ann, can you tell your lovers to shut up?
Who is my lover? Watch what you're saying. Watch what you're saying, Councilmember Nguyen.
Go back
We are here
go
to
back
do
to
the city business, and watch what you're saying. I'm warning you.
I will.
Okay?
I will. All right. So, but make sure that she shut up when we are talking here. All right. My intention is to clear everything up. So later on, I know what's going on, what to do. Thank you, Anne. I approve it. Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Can I?
Okay, next item is 3.6, award of contract for the Blakey Park restoration project. Sorry about that. Let me read it again. Award of contract for the Blakey Park restoration projects, project plan number P-2614. This item approved by Councilmember Nguyen. Your turn.
Okay. All right. One of the things that I want to know is why we always have like 10% contingency. You know, it's like you encourage the union, the company to go over the already allocate budget for them. That's my question. Why we encourage them to do.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and a member of the Council. The reason why we typically have the standard 10% contingency is just allow us to cover any potential change order. That's just a standard practice that every agency has. And again, it's just for any unforeseen reason.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Anything else from the council?
Motion to
I
approve.
do.
I second it.
Question.
Okay, question, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. Really appreciate that. And I guess the amount for construction is $218.10. I know that we need to approve for different maintenance and in our city. So, but one question I have is, A, I'm okay. B, I have a concern. And then C, I'm okay, but B is where I'm stuck at. So authorize the 10% in the amount of $21,801 for potential change order. I know that in the past when, we have any changes, you guys would come back for approval. And I think it's important, this is way before my time, I noticed in the council meeting, that you guys do bring it back and then the council discuss that and then approve or whatever might be, right? More likely they will approve it. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that I think it's for, transparency and just where we because this is the taxpayers' money that we're using in the general fund. And so I want to make sure, as this body here, that this is the amount that we approve, the $2,810. And then the 10%, I would love for you guys to come back because that's the people's money and to request for that amount again. Because when there's accountability, it's easier for the public's trust and just, how we are doing government here. So I like the old ways that you guys have come before us to approve, and I think that's important because if it's the 10%, I think it's easier to go under wrap. That's my logic and thinking in the private sector. So I think as we task on keeping the taxpayers' money, I think it's important for you guys with B, if we can strike that out, just for A and C, to approve tonight, if we can modify it, if the council is okay with that, and then have you guys to come back if there's a change in order, that if it's increased in any amount or more, just come back because this is the taxpayers' money.
I want to ask you, is that your substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
I also want to add that, I've been here 15 years, so every single year I ran a lot of different projects, and most of the time it runs under we don't typically use the 10% contingency unless there's unforeseen reasons. So it's not always the case that we need it, but sometimes we do.
I understand that question. I have 2 more minutes and 10 seconds. I noticed since I've got onto the council 22 months now that every of the agenda item, it has that 10%, and I have approved it, okay, in the past. But I think right now it's important that we kind of step back a little bit. If this 10%, if it's in the 2 million, which is the other project in here, agenda of a 2 million, then I think it's important that it's around 250,000, right? I don't want that $250,000 of the taxpayer money to just go out. I think it's best that you guys come back, like redeveloping the parks and whatever. It's important that you guys come back. So I don't mind section A and C, just B, strike that out, and that's it. So that's my substitute motion. Is
there a second? Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Oh, I second.
Okay. We have a substitute motion and second on the floor. Please call for the substitute motion vote, please.
I have a substitute motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve items A and C of staff recommendation and remove item B. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
No.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
That's weird. That's not the standard of practice. No.
Mayor Nguyen.
Well, I have 2 things before I vote. Number 1, we have heard from staff, it's a standard practice. That's number 1.
Yes.
Number 2, if you were okay with that before, why all of a sudden it is a problem?
This is not a standard practice.
That's my vote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
My vote.
This has been just recently, in the past, it's different.
Right? No.
So that's your opinion.
Substitute motion failed 2-3. I'll go back to the original motion. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the award of the contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of $218,010 to Carmody Construction Company and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $21,801 for potential change orders and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. Mayor, before we vote, I have a question for our engineer.
Sure.
Tuan, can you said earlier that this is standard practice, correct? And what about other agencies, other cities? Is it standard practice at other agencies, other cities?
Most of the cities I know have the same 10% contingency. And also the reason why it's important to have this 10% contingency is anytime you have change orders, you don't want to go back to council and have delay of construction.
That was my next question.
That's additional costs for contractors to build into the city contract.
Yes, so that will cost us more if we delay.
That's a big fuss.
Keep in mind that there may be emergency situations that occur that are unforeseen, and staff would not have the ability to utilize funds to address that immediate emergency.
Let's say there was an emergency, you hit a pipe or something, and you don't have the funds to cover it, what would you do?
But this is not about that. This is not.
No, it is about that.
It is about it.
We have motion on the floor, just go ahead and vote for it.
You wouldn't have the funding.
It's the time for voting. Can you go into
So
your
sometimes
time?
you do need.
I just want to make sure
10%
there's no misunderstanding.
to expedite the process construction so we can wrap it up. So we don't inconvenience the motorists, the residents.
Yeah,
And again, it's within the 10%. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll call for the vote,
Councilmember Nguyen?
please.
You start with me first?
Oh, I apologize. Councilwoman Fan West.
This is the original motion. I
Give me
vote,
a hard time.
Original motion. Yes.
I vote no.
Thank you. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
This is standard of practice in public and private, so it is a yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Learn it.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-1.
All right, next, moving to item 3.8. And this is approval of amendment number 2 to the agreement with SDI Prisons, LLC for continued provision of the citywide information technology consulting services in fiscal year 2024-2020.
I believe that Councilmember West, she pulled item 3.8.
I understand. I'm reading the title,
go ahead,
please.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we have to read the item before we can proceed with that. So I will have to waste my time and read it again. Sorry about that. 3.8, approval of the amendment number 2 to the agreement with SDI Prisons, LLC, for continued provision of citywide information technology consulting services in fiscal year 2024-2025. And this item was pulled by Councilmember West, so you are now recognized.
So thank you for being here today. Really appreciate that. I do want to hear your take on the information technology consultant that you provide for the City of Westminster. I know it's very important because technology is the world we live in, and AI is another thing. And those who hack into our system is more evident now than ever before because of the technology we have. So what do you do exactly for the city? We'd love to hear that.
Sure. My name is Terry Hackelman. I'm Senior Vice President with SDI Presence. You hit it right on the head. I mean, cities have a complex technology infrastructure. It's only getting more complex, and your city staff has a lot to cover. And so typically, and what we're talking about here is we're helping on the firewalls, we're helping with cybersecurity, we're enhancing your DR environment, we're working with your virtualized servers and storage, which is what runs all of the systems. So our job is to be there for that team and to be able to help them when they need it, and bring some expertise that's probably very difficult to hold within the city.
Okay. I think it's perfect because I think every city needs that protection, firewall protection, and just how to run the city, maintaining all the database within the city, especially with our law enforcement, because they have a lot of database that needs to be protected, and they have all the people's information. So I appreciate all you do with your service to the City of Westminster, and thank you for explaining that, and I look forward to vote yes on this agenda item.
Thank you very much.
And
Anything else from the council? Okay. Well, I will entertain if there's a motion. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second to it?
Second.
All right. Motion and second on the floor. Call vote, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve the amendment number 2 to the agreement with SDI Presence, LLC, for continued provision of citywide information technology consulting services in fiscal year 2024-2025 in an amount not to exceed $161,216, and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute amendment number 2 to the agreement in a form approved by the city attorney. I'm going to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you very much. As I promised at the beginning, we are going to move a non-agenda item oral communication in front of the public hearings. I hope that is okay with the staff. And I asked council member to agree with me on this. So at this time, I move to have non-agenda oral communication moving before the public hearing. Motion.
Yes.
Is there a second to it?
Yes.
Okay, I have motion and second to move a non-agenda oral communication to before the public hearing.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to move item 8, oral communications concerning non-agenda items, ahead of public hearing items. We'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
I guess usually we have an order that people come in to speak at the end. So if you switch up like this, people who come later, after work to do this, I just feel like they won't have an opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to speak on non-agenda item.
Go ahead and vote for your.
So I'll vote no. Let's
Okay.
wait for the other
Next.
people to come.
Councilmember Almanzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
Okay, as promised, I will ask for a 5-minute recess so that we can take a break at this time. And it is now 9:06. I'd like to ask for council to come back here at 9:11, no later than that. I will start at 9:11 so that the people can get ready for it. Thank you. please get back to your seat. I don't think it's... The time now is 9:14, but the clock that I'm watching is 9:12, so it's just 1 minute after. So I'd like to reconvene the council meeting, and I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Fan West?
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo?
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen? Vice Mayor Ho?
Here.
Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you. I will continue with the meeting with the public hearings, section 4. Anyone wishing to speak on an open public hearing may speak in person.
Mayor?
Speakers. Yes.
We just did a motion to move non-agenda items ahead of public hearings.
My apologies, okay? So now we can move the non-agenda item oral communication in front of public hearing.
Yes, so I'll go ahead and read it into the record. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Jason Doan, followed by Joseph No. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to Tina Tapia.
Good evening. My name is Tina Tapia, and I have a message from one of my uncles.
Ironically, everyone, including you senators, refer to the allegedly elected tribal officials as leaders.
This is my uncle,
Leaders
Russell
are
Means.
supposed to
He was
work
speaking
for a
on
better
the
quality
Senate
of
hearing
life
on January
for their
1st,
constituents.
1989.
It is an insult to my heritage, my ancestors, and my dignity as an Oglala Lakota to have the term used loosely. Many of the tribal officials are honest and sincere men and women who have good hearts. Nevertheless, a vast majority of the tribal officials parasite on the incestuous world of tribal politics. Not as our forefathers, who were the best providers, protectors, defenders, advocators, and friends. The game of who is the most important rules. It's embarrassing. At the turn of the century, American Indians numbered about 230,000, all traditional. With each succeeding generation, we lose our population base and our spirit as once proud peoples. The American Indian statistics of deprivation have remained constant since the end of World War II. All other groups of citizens, fortunes rise and fall with the gross national product, the GMP. The American Indian statistical line of deprivation remains constant, a straight line. With the blatant genocide of our traditional people, we have less than 50,000 in America today. We are averaging a loss of 1,000 a year since 1900. We are losing a value system as distinct people that sets us apart from the industrialized world. These facts surface in our tribal statistics, and no one attempts to do anything about it except for a few social workers and reservation police. This new statistical horror is women and child abuse. Child sexual abuse is epidemic on Indian reservations.
And I am a
All you
victim
hear
of,
are whispers.
of human sex trafficking
This
in
abuse can
Westminster
be
High School
directly
and Westminster
attributable
Elementary
to
School.
schools on the reservations, education in the BIA, public, the contract.
My uncle spoke about this in 1989, and it's still happening today off the reservation.
And in collusion with the BIA, certainly do not allow Indian culture and values to be taught. The fact is, educators continually denigrate American Indian traditional lifestyle as primitive, dirty, and without any redeemable virtues.
Thank you for your time.
And the tribal councils condone it.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Donald Link.
Hi. That's typical. The two council members who probably should be sitting in here conveniently make themselves scarce. Couple things. Amy and Nam Kwan and all the rest of their lapdogs ought to be charged a fee when they start their lying outside of the city council chambers. I know this was brought up once before. However, 2 of the times involved police officers being pulled off of their other duties on patrol to respond to the city council area. They should be docked for that, the people putting on these press conferences, because now those officers are not out on patrol where they're actually supposed to be, instead of handling a bunch of BSers on YouTube. Second thing, the tow contract item. This is not new information, and it was brought up by you folks up here, and they still couldn't figure out what they were looking at and what they were talking about. And I listened to the deputy chief try to explain that, and unfortunately, Amy apparently is so thick-headed, it doesn't go in the one ear, let alone go out the other ear. Also, same thing, the construction contract. How many contracts has this council voted on that had a 10% standard fee to cover any unusual circumstances for those contracts? And then suddenly with this one, she has to argue about it and wants to eliminate it off the contract. I used to think that they pretended to be ignorant, but I really do honestly think they are ignorant. They don't bother reading the backup information when it comes to them. They wait till they get here and then waste time asking ignorant questions, which could have been answered long ahead of time before this city council meeting. The city manager, the assistant city manager are always available to confirm items that are on it. The mayor's available. Even asking other city council members, hey, can you clarify what I'm reading here? But no, they would much rather show up here and play their ignorant games, because then they get to listen to themselves talk, which is all they're interested in. They're not representing anybody except themselves.
Our next speaker is Donald Link, followed by Win Hung.
Back by popular demand, the leash. See that? Oh, he didn't go back in. Donald Link, orphan constituent from District 1. I feel bad. Motherless child. I feel like I'm not being represented. I'm glad you're up here at the dais for once during public comments. For that, I thank you. The other thing, like Michael said, read the information before you get up to the dais and make silly comments and stuff, because it doesn't bode well on you. And you're on YouTube Live or something right now. I need to get I'm a member of SAG. I want to get paid for that. You don't have a waiver that you can use my image or likeness. Thank you. Again, read the agenda item before you show up at a meeting. Be present during presentations. Stop pontificating to look like you know something when you open your mouth, and prove that you suffer from a bad case of hubris. Learn a little bit about con law. If someone owned a property, they would know that contingency clauses are SOP. Just costs more when you have to pay a contingency fee instead of what you negotiated prior to the contract implementation. The constant eye rolling, stop the theatrics. The constant eye rolling from those who are here when this happens is very hard on my ability to have cogent thoughts. This reminds of the fellow student that asked questions 1 minute prior to the lunch bell. Everybody wants to choke them because they just are drawing attention to themselves and they're not bringing anything to the table. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nguyen Hung, followed by Kai Dao.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a letter to send to Fair Political Practice Commission. Excuse me. Complaint against Westminster Mayor Charlie Chi Nguyen improper contribution and false campaign report, to whom it may concern. I am writing to formally file a complaint regarding the Westminster Mayor Charlie Chi Nguyen campaign practice, especially, I believe that Mayor Nguyen had engaged in a campaign financial violation by laundering donation intent for his state Senate campaign District 34 through his city council campaign account. On April 6, 2024, the Mayor Nguyen hosted a fundraising event for his state Senate campaign and Funky restaurant in Frontenac, Virginia. She attached invitation. However, despite the event being advertised at the state Senator District 34 fundraiser, attendees were instructed to make a check payable to friends of Charlie Chi Nguyen. To date, Mayor Nguyen had not opened a state Senate campaign account at all. Despite having accepted contribution for that purpose, instead it appeared that the funds raised at this event were deposited into his city council campaign account, Friends of Charlie Nguyen for Mayor 2022. Campaign disclosure report for the Friends of Charlie Chi Nguyen of Mayor 2022 account. I have an attachment here, on attachment. So 7 contributors from Virginia residents around the time of a Senate fundraiser. This disclosure also revealed a payment of $1,139 for Funky restaurant during the same period. But these expenses were not disclosed as an in-kind donation to his state senator campaign. This action raised serious concern. It appears Mayor Nguyen had deliberately misdone about the purpose of their contribution and improperly funneled those donations to the city.
Your time is up, sir.
Our next speaker is Kai Dao, followed by Tammy Hamill. I don't see
Thank
Kai.
you. That's
so
my
Tammy,
flyer.
Following Tammy is going to be David Johnson.
You see, I look pretty handsome, right? Next, please. All right.
You really need to stop doing that, unless you're shushing yourself. Really, you're shushing me now? And you talk about disrespect and decorum.
Oh my God.
Awesome.
Please don't do anything. Just let her. It's her time.
The
I am
chamber,
running
there's
the meeting. I am
disruption in
running
the
the meeting.
You need to stop
Ma'am.
shushing the chamber.
Please reset her
Mayor,
clock.
Please run your meeting.
I am.
Disruption in the chamber.
I am running the meeting. Let me do it, okay? Let me do it. You just stop. You just stop being yourself as a council, okay? Go ahead, please.
Wow. Oh my gosh, there's always so much to say. First of all, I would say I am exhausted, not only from this crap, but I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I took 2 flights to get here from Washington, fly home today, 4 hours in work meetings, and now I'm here. And he doesn't even have the respect to be here. If we can be, because this is important to me, because I see what they're doing to the city, and I see what they're trying to do to council members, staff, police. They're trying to discredit everybody because accusation is admission. Everything that they're saying is what they're doing. It's very clear. One thing I want to say, Christine is right. I believe she's right. Do your work ahead of time. Have your question, I'm speaking. Have your questions ready. Do your homework. You continuing to just push things and push, you're just stalling, and you're obstructing official city business because you don't want to do any good for Westminster. You have your own agenda that you're being coached on. Because if you two seriously believe what you're saying, you really are that stupid, or you're being coached. And again, disrespecting by speaking into her phone. Are you live streaming on YouTube right now? Are you getting paid for that while you're getting paid by taxpayer money? Yeah, that's what I thought. One of the things that NAMQUAN, this is the first time I've heard of this, and then tried to blame Christine because he'd never heard of it. Where was he during that meeting? I guarantee he wasn't in a seat. That's why he didn't hear about whatever he said he didn't hear about. Just want to say, not all attention is good attention. You guys are not getting great attention, but keep it up. She also made comments about y'all being condescending, putting other colleagues down, disruption in the chamber. We're attacking her and NAMQUAN. Let me just remind you, she called Councilmember Kimberly Aho several times, said she had bigger balls than the mayor. She calls staff liars. She accuses people of taking bribes. NAMQUAN, I believe, called you a pill popper up here earlier tonight and tell your lover to shut up. How respectful is that, Amy? You want to tell your little followers that? Get your church friends here so they can see your behavior again? This is what you do, and you're laughing and smiling about it. Again, they're stalling and obstructing official city business. And I know whenever she gets told that she can't speak, she threatens lawsuits. Call her bluff. Let her sue. Let her act like this in front of a judge. Let her take her evidence to court. I will sign up as a witness right now. I've been to so many of these meetings. I can be an eyewitness to what she's done and what he's done. Next time she says she wants to sue, let her do it. And then when she has to defend herself because she keeps defaming people, she'll have to hopefully go bankrupt and just move out of the city once and for all.
Madam Clerk, before you call the next person, I want to be transparent about this. I know that one of the public already asked a question earlier that is it being, this is not a brief comment, this is the instruction, okay? I am not responding to any of them. This is the comment that I want to make sure that they know about it. And my comments, not to respond to you guys, but the instruction is that one of the person who asked earlier that if NAMQUAN is filming right now or from his dais, and the answer is yes. So watch out for what you're saying. That's number one. Number two, I want to make sure that you know that, since he's doing that, he will watch it later on. So don't worry about he's not here right now. He will be watching it, so do whatever you have to do. Voice your opinion if that's what you have to do. So I would like to go ahead and go back to...
Mr. Mayor, you just answered
No, I am not responding.
Yes, you just did. That was one of the comments you just said.
Please. Go ahead and call for next.
Our next speaker is David Johnson, followed by Long Nguyen.
Mayor, before we go to the next speaker, I'm having a hard time understanding what the speakers are saying because Councilmember West is continually speaking into her phone, distracting, and I have to try to listen to what the public is saying.
I am also distracted.
So due to the request of the two council next to you, I ask you to refrain from speaking on the dais when there are
Mr. Mayor, you're
public
being
comment.
a hypocrite.
So please,
Just answer the public comment.
I'm asking you that, please. So go ahead.
So please.
If you continue to do that, I have to give you the warning. Go ahead,
I guess we're
please.
in kindergarten, guys.
Okay, my name is David Johnson, a Westminster resident. So what I'm going to do, whether you use it or not is up to you, is create a little worksheet for you to have at your desk so that you could note when somebody is interrupting or out of order. And I suggest that after the mayor gives 2 warnings, the 3rd time anyone on the dais can ask for a censor, and the 4th time you could ask them to be removed. Follow the practices that you're implementing. So I made count, and now I was an hour late because I was at a different event. But when I did show up during the presentations, I started to keep track for you. I consider an out of order when somebody interrupts somebody else, when somebody is not following the mayor's rules, when he tells them not to come up here or something like that, or when you're speaking out of order, interrupting, especially yelling, which also happens mostly from over here. So the number of times one person from the public interrupted was 7, and she was removed. But it took 7 times before she was removed. The rest of the public combined was 6. Councilmember Ho twice against Councilmember West. Mayor Nguyen twice against Amy West. Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen 4 times against the mayor. Councilmember Monzo 0. He didn't interrupt anybody. And Councilmember Amy West 16 times. And I have the actual minute of the hour of every one of those that can happen, so you can track that. So that's what I'm going to recommend in this worksheet is you just note the council member's name, the time they did it, and there's a point at which you'll see for yourself, this is all the notes, that it's becoming obnoxious to the point that your city attorney, God bless you, but you're acting like the 6th city council member interjecting because you're trying to help the mayor control, which isn't your role unless you're asked upon. But I understand why you're trying to do it. So it's that ridiculous that now he has to step in. Take control. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Long Nguyen, followed by our final speaker, Terry Rains.
Hello, my name is Long. I'm the resident of City of Anaheim, but my family is still in the District 1 of the Westminster. The reason I'm here today, because I feel sorry for this city. I feel sorry for the mayor, the vice mayor, Mr. Carlo Manzo, also the attorney, the city attorney, and all the staff of Westminster, because the behavior of Nam Quang and Amy, very poor behavior. They not work with the city, they not work with the staff. They spend their time on YouTube and spread out all the fake and negative thing about the city. It's unacceptable. I'm not here every meeting, but I watch on the YouTube. They insulting all the council. They insulting the staff of Westminster City. They even come down and fight with the resident. I see all that. Us on YouTube. Everybody see that. I'm here to let Nam Quang and Amy. I feel ashamed because we're the same culture. But Vietnamese culture, not like the way you guys behave. And let's stop that. Because everybody got enough of that. You said today, why don't come to your office and let you know what the resident here thinking. But every time when people come up here and talk, and you guys somewhere, you guys disappear. After the 2 meetings, they talking about the 5.2 item. is related to the mobile home. They had 2 or 3 meetings to make it clear so everybody understand about it. I don't know you guys don't understand what's going on, or you guys acting stupid. Because they said, everybody here said one way, and you guys talk about different way.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have 2 final speakers. It's Terry Raines and Kai Dow.
Hold on, golly, I'm taking a breath. Less than 2 weeks until Election Day, Westminster voters need to pay attention to the facts and vote for the good candidates, not the crooks. Many of our Vietnamese voters in particular have started to wake up and smell the stink of corruption in some candidates on the ballot. In District 2, Howie 2 is running at the direction of the larger corrupt gang, you know, Tyler, Tree, etc., Michelle, good old Van Tran. 2 has absolutely no history involvement in Westminster and only moved here to run for office. Tan Dang illegally campaigned at the MCSD 85th anniversary event, has not been involved at all with our city issues, and is solely relying on the help of others' unquestionable endorsements. The Firefighter Association was flat out wrong to endorse the only candidate District 2 voters, not to endorse the only candidate District 2 voters should vote for, incumbent and voice of reason, Carlos Manzo. So vote for Carlos Manzo, District 2. District 3, no on no. Joseph No, the arrestee, a clueless, classless thug who enjoys slandering people, violating the law, and wants to dismantle our great police department. A true embarrassment to our Vietnamese community. He doesn't care about residents or this city. He terrorized our mobile home park residents with slanderous lies and threatened to sue our police department for rightfully arresting him. Some are surprised I'm not even supporting Casey Wilbert from my own district. His close ties and similar agenda of Amy and Nam Quan is enough, let alone the trouble he caused on the now failed Community Foundation with his favorite appointing council member, Amy Van West. I will be voting for Mark Nguyen. He's not involved in the Vietnamese political drama at all. He's just a regular guy currently serving as president of Midway City who wants to help our entire community. I am confident his relation by marriage only to Mayor Nguyen will not negatively influence him on this council. If you don't know Mark, reach out and talk to him. You will come away from that conversation knowing he is the only choice for District 3, so vote for Mark Nguyen for District 3. As for Midway City Sanitary District Board race, no one should vote for Tyler Dipp ever again for any public office, including this one. Same goes for Amy Fan West and Nam Quan Nguyen. Remember, folks, felons flock together. Kai Dow is not someone I can vote for either, so I'll be voting for Chi Charlie Nguyen and probably unknown Andy Nguyen for Midway City. Let's vote the real trash Tyler Dipp off of that board. Now, let's see.
Quý vị quay đi, bà Mỹ này bả là thiệt là racist. Bả nói người Việt Nam của mình là gác, bộ gác á. Là gì? Là bộ gác là giống như là trash á. Là rác rưởi á hả? Yeah, người Việt Nam. Nhưng mà tại sao hồi nãy cô đi ra khỏi?
Amy calling me a racist again and the Vietnamese people trash. Keep it up, Buttercup. If you do,
you go into jail and then right to hell.
Amy, you seriously need help. You know, Mayor Nguyen, with all due respect, non-agenda comments should not come before public hearings or even before all of the agenda items, in my opinion. And I had more to say, but I'm out of time, so don't vote for Amy or Nam Quan for anything.
Our final speaker, Kai Dow.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if I should speak Vietnamese first or English first. Let me speak in English first. Regarding Nam Quan, I think the shady force that is behind all these, installing Nam Quan to the council, appointing him to be our vice mayor, we try to protect him, keeping him in office in the council. by pretending to recall him so that after they fail as they intended to, no one else, including me, can start the actual recall process for at least 6 months after that. So please allow me to speak in Vietnamese to explain it to the Vietnamese people, my American Vietnamese voters. Khải nghĩ là những cái thế lực mà đen tối đằng sau tập đoàn băng đảng lừa đảo, kẻ mà đã đưa Nam Quan vào hội đồng thành phố và đã đưa anh ta lên trở thành là phó thị trưởng, sẽ giả vờ tiến hành bãi nhiệm Nam Quan. Mà thật sự đây là một cái chiêu trò, tại vì theo luật sau khi mà họ nạp đơn, họ tiến hành bãi nhiệm thì sau 6 tháng họ không thành công thì phải 6 tháng sau nữa, nếu mà những người thật sự muốn bãi nhiệm Nam Quan mới có quyền nạp đơn, trong đó có Khải. Thành ra Khải hy vọng khi mà sau này quý vị thấy ai mà kêu gọi quý vị ký tên để đứng ra bãi nhiệm Nam Quan, quý vị phải chắc chắn cái người đó thật sự là cái người công chính, liên minh, chính trực, thật sự muốn là dọn rác thành phố, muốn bãi nhiệm Nam Quan. Còn Khải đã cảnh cáo rồi, kể cả Ngô Kỷ hay bất cứ người nào mà đứng ra đòi bãi nhiệm Nam Quan mà Khải nghi ngờ có vấn đề là Khải sẽ phanh phui ra hết. Okay. So, like Council Member Menzo said, I think you used the word political stunts. You said we shouldn't be allowed to campaign while we're here. But it's against the law for you guys to use the council, use your mayorship to actually positioning yourself for higher office. All this bickering, all these jokes, heckling, are just your ways, you know, to get the majority of the council after the election, the next election, or even the special election. You think you can replace fill in the seat of Senator Janet Nguyen, right? It's illegal, it's unethical, it's pathetic.
Mayor, we have no further comments.
All right, I will recognize Council for the brief comment, but before that, I'd like to have a brief comment. Number one, first of all, I want to respond to David Johnson, Mr. David Johnson. I don't know that you quote that I have 2 times interrupt, but I want to make sure that I am running the meeting. And it's my role that I have to stop sometime to interject to make sure that things is moving the right way. So it's not intentionally to disrupt or intervene. That's the second. The second one is with you, Terrain. With all due respect, I understand what you're saying, but this is the item public hearing for the city. It's not a public item for the vendors to be here. That's number one. Number two, we had the non-agendized item, oral communication, for many years before that. We have it before anything else at the beginning of the things. Why can't we do it now? Yeah, I just think about it, and I mentioned it at the beginning, because their presentation, it took longer, and I'm afraid that you are waiting so long, I have to do that. And I know that it's going to take long to discuss about this item. And you guys, if you guys are okay with that, then I'm okay with it. But I want to, I just want to be considerate. And now, I would like to recognize if there is any brief comment from the council. Okay, Councilmember West, you are now recognized.
Okay, I want to address the last comment, Terry Raines. I know that you put that sign on your neck regarding Supervisor Andrew Doe, Nam Quang, and I. I want to encourage you to get the facts straight. What I mean by that, look at when we first sworn in on December 9th, 2023. Who sworn Charlie Ching-Wen and the mayor? It was Andrew Doe. So please get your facts straight before you spew out all of this. So that's very important, because what you say, you want to get your facts straight, okay, before you endorse and say other things. So I took notes on that. Now, the other person, the gentleman earlier, I don't know his name, I didn't get it, but the Vietnamese gentleman who still have families here, I appreciate, even though you don't live here, you come and speak out. I know it's very disheartening to see the council here, majority are Vietnamese, but they're infighting. And that's how I felt when I first got on the council as well. That's the reason why I cry, because I shed tears, because I see the activists on Charlie's side attacking Kimberly's side, and they keep fighting back and forth, and that's disheartening because I know that our Vietnamese community, we have many opportunities to grow and thrive, and we have very good characteristic that we can show the other community, which is family-oriented, we work hard, we achieve many things, so I want to address that to you. I agree with you on that, and so it's important that you continue to watch, because what I noticed that you accuse me and Nam Quang of not understanding the mobile home
Are you going to the next one?
I just want to address that. This is the last
Done.
one regarding him. So I encourage you to watch the agenda item 5.2 on September 11th there, and then tell me if I'm wrong. You know, I'm more than happy to sit down with you and
Thank
talk
you
to
very much. Is there a brief comment from any
And then I have Tammy. May I address Tammy?
Well, if you address one person, just like
You
me,
told me to take down notes.
Yes, but you address
That's
the
what I'm
person.
doing.
You address the comment briefly.
That's what I did.
No,
May I finish?
no, you want so far on the second one.
Okay, so may I?
If you are going so long and I have to cut you off, please.
Okay, so I will address Ju Phương Hồng. Earlier, he brought up, it's very concerning to me because all of us here, elected officials, are in office and we know FPPC compliance. And when mayor, the concern was sent to the general attorney of the state of California and Todd Spitzer as well. It's very disheartening to hear that when you been in politics for a long time, Mr. Mayor. You know when you fundraise for state senate, you have to open a state senate account.
This is personal attack. You are trying to address.
Mr. Phương Hồng.
Okay.
And
At this time here, you are done. You are done with the comment.
Mr. Mayor, let me finish.
I will
and
take.
if you put money,
if I do wrong,
may I finish?
I will take it. No, at this time you got enough.
I have my right to address.
Okay. At this time, is there any from the? Okay. If not, I would like to close the the non-agenda oral communication. Moving on to the next item is public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on an item open public hearing may speak in person. Speakers during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item, which we have only one today. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker. Is there something?
Just almost 10, just to be aware.
Yes, okay. I was interrupted. So any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the City Council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at the time and state your name and city of resident optional for the record. And I was reminded by the city attorney is almost 10 o'clock. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to move on, extend the city council meeting beyond the 10 o'clock meeting. There is a motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per city policy. I'll go to call roll.
You go ahead and you go ahead and call the roll, and she can speak on that.
Councilwoman Fan West.
Okay. At this time, you want to speak before you.
You just silent me, so now you undo my mic. So, yes, my vote is yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen. Vice Mayor Hill.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
All right. So please call for first speaker for
Mayor.
public hearing. Yep.
I have something to say.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I may or may have not have a conflict of interest, so I'm erring the side of cautious. I want to recuse myself just to be safe. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for recusing yourself. But I ask you, please verify, because you said that may or may not. So, I need you to verify with the city attorney if it's impact your decision-making. Then if not, then I ask you to come back. Why don't you both go out and talk about it, please? Because
Well, I think I need to
I do
recuse
need him
myself
to be
too.
here, okay?
Because potential conflict, as well as Mr. Monzo, because we both got donation from the billboard person who's going to be
No,
speaking.
you don't know. Don't say you don't know my thing. You can speak for yourself.
You can speak
Well,
for
that's
yourself.
the
should
reason
recuse
why we're talking
yourself
about
when
billboards.
you accepted money from
Yeah,
That's okay.
except for
If you,
Jacob. We can look at your record on your 640. We
Yeah.
all know.
if you decide to recuse yourself, it's your
No, 460.
discretion. Go ahead and recuse yourself. But for Councilmember Menzo, I ask you the same thing. If you have any doubt about it, please talk to city attorney, because this is the continued item. It's the second time already. I need you to make sure that you are impacted by this.
You
or
have
not, please.
recused yourself
So, go
last
ahead.
We
time.
both
Okay,
received
you should
from
be
the billboard
consistent.
guys.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just funny how you guys
Okay,
mind your own
Councilman.
business.
So, City Attorney, can you help him with decision, please? Thank you. So, 4.1, the public hearing is continued from the October 9, 2024 regular City Council meeting. This is also a first reading of billboard ordinance amending Chapter 17.330 of the Westminster Municipal Code. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and ask for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. We do have a brief presentation by our team. Ryan Sauls is here from the city manager's office, and our contract principal planner, Stephanie Tomaino, is here as well.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Over the last several years, the City Council and staff have undertaken several initiatives to beautify the community and enhance community economic development. This has included several meetings with the City Council to discuss and explore creative revenue streams, including strategic planning workshops dating back to 2022, and City Council meetings to select a qualified firm for the use of city-owned property to develop and maintain electronic billboards. The item being presented tonight is the next step in the city's ongoing work effort. This project represents a continuation of the city's progress on strategic plan goal number 1 to achieve financial stability. As previously stated in the prior public hearing, billboards are a permitted sign type in the city. They require a conditional use permit and are subject to Planning Commission approval. In recent years, the city has experienced a growing amount of interest from prospective billboard developers, and those experiences have shed light on the fact that the city's billboard regulations are outdated, ambiguous, and generally inconsistent with modern practices. The city has initiated a zoning text amendment to the Westminster Municipal Code, which we'll refer to as the billboard ordinance. The proposed ordinance aims to accomplish several goals. It creates clear and consistent standards for the development and design of future billboards, including regulations to prevent potential impacts to the public. It addresses digital and electronic billboards, and it formally establishes a public benefits program. And last, the ordinance will only affect current and future applications. Any existing billboards currently in the city would not be impacted by this ordinance.
Can I stop you for a minute? I'd like to ask the city attorney if it's okay for, what your decision on that? After you hear me.
We talked about it and actually did quite a bit of research today. So currently where things stand is that in the advice would be to seek an advice letter from the FPPC or wait out the period until after the donation, because it would seem, I think if push came to shove that the FPPC would find no conflict, but it's difficult for him to come out and participate under those circumstances when it's unclear that whether there's a conflict or not. Because I think let me just explain, the person at issue or whoever gave the donation doesn't have an active application currently pending. So the question is whether or not that creates a conflict or not. So we may seek an advice letter on this one.
Well, my question for you, you said that the person who donate to him or sponsor him does not have We don't
only
have
have
the
two people.
quorum. Please, don't leave, because we don't have the quorum.
We don't have a quorum.
Well,
Mayor,
We don't have a quorum.
At this time, we don't have the quorum. This is intentionally to leave this meeting so that we can proceed.
Recess?
Thank you very much. All right. I'm sorry that I have to recess the meeting at this time, call for recess until we have the quorum. It looks like that we are not going to have it. So I will wait for 5 minutes, and if not, then we have to move on because we can't wait forever.
He did that on purpose, you know damn
Well, I don't know why you asked that question. Thank you.
We'll look.
Please, the time now is
You can look at the video.
10:09. I would like to reconvene the City Council meeting. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
You still need to recuse
Oh,
on this.
I thought
This item's
everyone's
not done
back.
yet.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you do have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Monzo recused from the item 4.1.
Thank you very much. At this time here, I think it's not going anywhere for this item. My personal feeling is that we need to continue this item later on, but at the same time, I understand that you are ready for public comments. You can do it now, or you can wait until later. It's up to you. But if you are willing to speak as a public comment today, you are also allowed to come up and speak. At this time here, for Mayor and City Council, question for staff. I don't have anything. Anybody have anything for the staff? No. So we can go ahead and I can go ahead and open for public comment. So please.
Our first speaker is Jacko Luong, followed by Michael Varengia.
Good evening, Mayor, City Attorney, council members, staff. I just wish that that the city would engage with the community and stakeholders, for example, the sign owners and landowners, prior to passing the new sign ordinance, to get real-world feedback and address constituents' concerns. That's it. Thank you. Good night.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Thank you. None of this is new information, so there really shouldn't be
I'm sorry. At this time, she's recused. We can't.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
None of this is new information, so this really shouldn't drag on. Now, that's assuming that everybody's read their background information, right? But I would like to see this go forward, and I think we have representatives out here from the billboard companies. I know that they would like to see this go forward also. It's a form of income for the city. It can generate some good revenue. So let's try not to talk it to death. And that really shouldn't be a problem because she's not in here. So, you know, everybody knows she likes to hear herself speak. So this should be good. Hopefully you read your background information this time and it'll go smooth and you'll understand what's going on. Thank you.
We have two final speakers, Terry Raines and Kai Dow.
You want to speak about it? City Attorney has her comment.
I just want to briefly comment, because you had the sign on, it does seem to be calling these individuals felons, but I'm not, and I don't know that you presented any
TBD.
information. I
To be
understand,
determined.
but it is a bit deceptive in that regard. It could
To be determined.
Let me tell you what, Terry. If you don't take that off, you don't have a quorum.
I don't have a what?
You don't have quorum to continue. Take that off.
I didn't issue that order, so.
That off.
All right. So again, we don't have the quorum.
We have no quorum, Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, you have every right to speak. I just want to be careful that defamatory statements, unless you have evidence that someone is a felon, that's
To
a
be
danger.
determined.
I understand.
That doesn't mean statement today, does it? It says to be
It's
determined.
quite easy to not be able to even read those letters that you.
Well, that's not on my fault.
Okay, I won't go into it further. It's for you, just to
Your
be
decisions
careful.
tonight are
It's actually
killing
a
me.
caution to you, that's all.
Oh, thank you, Christian, for watching out for me. I'm so excited.
Mayor, we no longer have a quorum.
Yep. I don't know what I can do right now. I can't even continue this item. Okay, I will come back to this, so could you please?
Tell the idiot to come back.
No, I can't. I have only two.
But I mean,
At this time here, I would like to ask staff
So it's my
to
fault.
ignore I'm not going to discuss about item 4.1. Ask council to come back and I will start from 5.1. Huh? Okay,
there's no action because we can't
okay.
get more.
All right, there's no action to 4.1. Staff, can you get council to come back for regular business, please?
Trying to help you. It's defamatory.
So is everything Amy says in those memos. She says way worse, called me racist. Is that okay? He just called Charlie a hill popper. You don't think that's defamatory? And you made Carlos recuse, even though it's not, he doesn't have a flag over after.
Thank you, though.
Literally, your decisions, Christian, one by one.
Let me just clarify. You're fully entitled to wear the sign if you want. It was a warning just that it could be seen as defamatory.
Are they threatening litigation against me? Would you have put forward the back and
Please, I'll just refrain that for after the meeting, please. Well, right now, the meeting's still going on. I'm waiting for, we have no quorums.
There's no meeting right now. We have no quorum. He told them, so.
Okay, then
He told them.
stop the meeting at this time. Don't record it. Thank you.
We can come back and have a quorum.
Okay. Yes, the time now is 10:16, and I would like to continue the City Council meeting tonight. And we are not going to discuss anything about 4.1, but we are going with the regular business. So please take the roll call.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West absent.
Thank you very much. 5.1, consideration of American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Arpa Memorandum of Understanding Agreement, MOUs, for approved expenditures. I'd like to open up for council discussion, if there's any.
No, a motion to approve.
I second it.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to consider authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Westminster to enter into memorandum of understanding MOU agreements for authorized ARPA funding requests with the following city departments. $2,670,000 MOU with General Government Services to implement and administer ARPA funds, to administer small business technology grants to implement critical technology upgrades and fund HVAC upgrades to data center, and $250,000 MOU with Community Services Department to provide food resources to lower income households in Westminster, which have an identified need for greater food resiliency, a $925,000 MOU with Westminster Police Department to hire an additional police dispatcher to address the increased calls of service volume and to develop and implement a park ranger program, which would provide additional service and outreach at city parks, both on foot and in vehicle patrols. I'll go to call roll. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Next item is 5.2, award of contract for the playground renovation project for Bosa Chica, Westminster Village, Bowling Green College, and Russell Paris Parks, project number P-2617.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the award of contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of $1,503,645.48 to Western State Builders Incorporation, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $150,364.55 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go to call for roll. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Next is consider sponsorship for Westminster School District first annual pickleball tournament. As I understand that Westminster School District, they are very generous to our, and they are very supportive. I would say they are very supportive to our, to the city of Westminster for any event that we put up because they understand that is a community for the community, and this is what they did. It's also what they are about to do. It's also for the community. So I move to approve this project with Ignite sponsor, which is $3,000.
I'll second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, to approve the Ignite sponsor of $3,000 to the Westminster School District for a city sponsorship for the first annual pickleball tournament. I'll go to call for roll. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
5.4, 2024 Fall Festival overview. I believe that we talked plenty about this one today already, and this item is also receive and file. I move to approve.
I'll second it, but I want to just take the time to thank our great staff, and especially Vanessa, for your hard work and dedication, and everybody. I said this before, I'm going to say it again. It took everybody, every single member of our team out there participated and made this possible. I wish Vinny was here. I should have embarrassed him when he was here, but he really rocked the house. I didn't know he was that great of a singer. And then also our Public Works Director, Jake No, as well. And let's not forget our City Manager, Christine Corden. I don't know, she did a good job singing as well. So thank you for being a part of it, and really enjoyed ourselves out there, so thank you.
Talking about that, even though we have a motion and second on the floor, but you still can talk about it. I have, you don't have it? Oh, I give.
Oh,
well,
you had the video?
I have a script. It's very interesting script that I want to show it to you all. The thing is I know that the community director, services the director, she worked really hard day and night. She was out there 24 hour a day. And then I know that she was thinking about it when she at home. But the good part is I see that she enjoyed the event. I was away from her, trying to take the video from her. She was dancing and singing, and you know, I want to show it to you. I gave it to him, and he forgot to bring it today, so tonight. So we'll share it to you individually. Why don't you give us your phone number, or he will text it to you. Anyway, it's good to see that our staff, they work hard, but they enjoy it because the event is meaningful for the city. That's why they enjoy it, even though it took a lot of time, a lot of effort from them. Thank you very much on behalf of the city council and city staff. Thank you to you and to your team members. Okay? Anything else from the dais?
No. I wish, let me say this again. I obviously forgot about, we have a really talented staff. I forgot about Brad Wade as well, and also Mary. Mary Boy, she did a great job as well. So we have Jake. I said Jake. He was. I think he might be a pro. I think he might moonlight. He moonlights with a professional singer. But our staff did an awesome job. So thank you very much.
All right, Vice Mayor Ho.
Yeah, I just want to say that was quite an undertaking. I'm looking at the budget, the revenue and expenditures. I'm very impressed, very impressed. I don't know, I don't want to say, I probably can't do anything better than what you've done, but one thing and I don't know if you've done this, but you know, it would be nice to have more volunteers to help, because I mean, that's a lot of work. And I can see event staffing is $55,000, and you guys deserve every penny of it. But I think, you know, if you have more time to plan and you could involve more people, you know, I'm sure you can always use the help. And what can I say? I really enjoyed myself. I came back like probably 2 or 3 days in a row. Really enjoyed, and my friends, my family as well. Thank you so much.
And I don't forget to thank every department from Public Works, from our WPDs, and from our, you know, all of our staff. I think that we are all hands on deck on those days. So I would appreciate that, especially the city manager and also assistant city managers were there to help. So I also want to thank our community. They come out and enjoy the event, and for those who not only sponsor, but for those who came out, you know, to perform the different activities during the 4 days event. I would like to thank each and every one of them, and hopefully that you can come back and help us with the next event. Thank you very much. You don't have to say anything if you want.
Impressive.
Or if you want to say anything, you are welcome to say. You want to say anything?
Thank you. Thank you for the support and the leadership from the city manager's office to allow our team to put on events for the community like this. It's an honor to be able to do that, so we appreciate the support.
All right, thank you very much. We have a motion and second on the floor. Call for the vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to receive and file. Got to call roll. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, we are getting into 9.1, resolution to denounce fake news related to mobile home parks, evictions, and mixed-use analysis related to strategic plan goals and objective.
Do we need to discuss? I move to approve. I think we've discussed it enough.
I second it. Okay, call vote, please.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, denouncing recent fake news related to mobile home parks, evictions, and mixed-use analysis related to strategic plan goals and objectives." We'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Before I vote, when you put about fake news, you didn't put in there on the resolution that basically stated who voted on September 11th. The two council and mayor, Charlie Ching-Wen, Kimberly Ho, and Carlos, voted to pass through that mixed-use rezoning. So that's moving forward. You guys are hiding this from the resident, hiding this from the owners, and we have come many times to you, especially earlier today too, to say that have a resolution to protect the mobile home park and the resident who lives there, but you guys deny it and decline it all the time because you guys don't truly care for the poor and the senior citizen who lives in those mobile home parks. That's
So what is your vote? I just want to remind you that this is the time
and you
for...
guys, because you guys have the majority vote, you guys will
I am sorry to stop you there, but this is the time for us to do the vote, and you are welcome to have the comments, but we are not discussing about the item. So please briefly state it yourself and then vote for it, please.
Okay, you allow Kimberly and Monzo speak earlier on the item that we're going to vote on.
I did allow you
And
to.
you would disrupt me of telling why I'm going to vote certain ways?
Yeah.
That's really ridiculous.
We have
Go ahead and
not
vote for your-
discussed this item.
You are, partial on this. You favor Kimberly and Monzo because that's what you're doing.
You
That's
guys
your
make
gang of
motion
three.
and then a second, then you didn't
You keep
let the
talking about
council
it.
to discuss.
Hold on.
What the heck is that?
What the heck is that?
Yeah,
The
I'm
heck is
asking
that.
you.
Well, we
the
have
heck is
5
that-
minutes, which you
The heck
already
is that she is
reduced.
not here to discuss the item, and you are here not voicing your opinion, and
Okay,
you agreed to
I'm
go for
waiting
the
for
vote.
her to speak.
Okay, right now she's not at the time that we are here to
She
vote.
always
I
go
want
first.
to discuss
Okay.
and dialogue
So-
about this. You should have
See,
a
your first
dialogue
district, she
because
always
this
go
is
first.
agenda item.
So
You
what
should
you
let us
vote-
talk.
Let her talk.
I let her talk.
Okay.
I did let her talk.
Okay, then
But
put
it's
me
a
on
time for voting.
5
No.
minutes.
Let her have 5 minutes talking.
Yeah. You want to be fair, right, Mr. Mayor?
Let's go ahead for 5 minutes. I can't believe this.
Sure.
You watch what you're saying, okay? I let you call me so many times already.
I
This
know
time
what
you call me jerk. You are not allowed to say that to your.
Because you are a jerk.
I am the mayor.
Because you are a
I
jerk.
am the same roles as you are.
No, you are a
Please.
jerk. I say that.
Mayor, can I issue a warning to Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Serious, you guys.
I am-
This is so amateur.
Carlos,
Because
you
I
are-
already told you. This is
This is
the
embarrassing.
first issue warning to
That's
you.
why,
okay?
Mr. Mayor,
Also-
I agree with one of that
Please,
resident.
it's my turn to talk.
This is
Very
embarrassing.
It's also, you are disrupting the meeting, so it's a first warning to you too. So now, go ahead and finish your 5. Okay, go ahead.
I will go at the end because you guys always.
No, if you don't do it right now, it's done. Okay, we are voting right now. Okay, go ahead and call for the vote.
Go ahead and vote.
Go ahead and vote.
So we're doing a roll call vote. So Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
No.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-1.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on for item 9.2. Consideration of resolution establishing the City of Westminster rules of decorum and civility from the mayor and city council during city council meetings. At this time, I would like to open up for any question, discussion, and once I want to remind that what the time that we are not discussing anymore, we are moving to the voting, then you are only allowed to have a brief comment before the vote. This is the time that we can open up for the discussion, the 5 minutes. Okay, all right, thank you. So at this time, well,
Can I say one thing?
go ahead, clarify that.
On this, it was pointed out in the staff report that there's a reference to 38513. That really should be 36813, and so I do acknowledge that that isn't correctly stated in the staff report. It's not substantive because it's not in the ordinance, but thank you for that reference. And the other thing is the title to the item in the agenda does say resolution. That should read ordinance, but the agenda item as listed on the agenda also refers to it as being an ordinance. So again, non-substantive, but again, it should have said ordinance. So I just wanted to make sure that's corrected.
Thank you very much. Thank you, City Attorney. So at this time here, I'd like to open up for discussion. And once again, I repeat that once we are done with the discussion and we move to the voting for the item, then we are not going to continue to discuss about the item again. So is there anything from the council?
I'll go, Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. So, this is something that, I'm glad to see that on the agenda because this is something that we should have done a while back ago to get our meetings back to being a productive meeting. And our meetings are been hijacked and literally turned into a sideshow. You know, being on a council for 4 years, you know, you meet people, you make friends, you make acquaintances in other cities. But when you go to an event like a Cal Cities event where there's quite a few representatives, elected officials, staff, members of staff from cities all across California, and everybody, and when you first thing they say to you is, "I'm sorry that you have to go through that," then it's horribly bad. That we literally become the talk of town and in a bad way. And not only that, but it's also bad for business. For us to have these meetings conducted so disrespectfully, as you just witnessed, one of my colleagues using that type of language, you know, with any of us up here, it's just not something. It's not professional. It's not respectful. And we have a code of conduct. We have a code of ethics. We have a Robert's Rules of Order that are made for a reason. And this is something that we must do to get order in our city and get order at our council meetings. So I'm glad that this is on. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Any other council member?
Yes.
Please.
Okay, so 9.2, I noticed on here, it just basically talk about the council during council meeting. Are you excluding yourself, Mr. Mayor? Because you're talking about interruption and stuff like that. So what about you? And I guess, let me ask city attorney. City attorney.
I have the very
No, I'm
clear
asking
answer.
city attorney because legally. City attorney, so if the mayor interrupt, is he applying to this ordinance as well? Or exclude himself from this agenda?
I think the intent is to apply to all council members.
Then I think to
But
be
at the same time, I want to make sure it's clear from here.
I reclaim my time, Mr. Mayor. I'm still
yes,
talking, not
yes.
you. I have the floor. Please let me finish. You give me 5 minutes. Now I have 3 minutes and 56. Thank you. Okay.
Let me clarify my response.
You have to
though.
clarify
Let me
yourself.
clarify. Yeah. It's intended to apply to all council members, but there's very specific references in the ordinance that talk about deferring to the mayor and deferring to the chair of the meeting. And I think that's maybe what your concern is?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's very specific references to the chair of the meeting.
Yes, I understand that, but the thing is that what if the mayor interrupt? Because if you look at this, it says if the council interrupt, like what the mayor just did to me when I have my 5 minutes, he's interrupting me. What if that's the case? What do we do? He needs to apply to this. The thing is that if mayor, you're not afraid to live to a higher standard, like you're expecting all the council here, then you should say mayor and council. That's the thing I would substitute, ask if we can edit. Just add the mayor to it. To where it says council member, add mayor to it.
There is no motion yet. If you are welcome to make motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you afraid to be a part of this higher standard?
I am not afraid of anything. You want to make a motion, go ahead and do your motion as the way
Then
that
why
you want
did
it.
you exclude yourself from this agenda item? Because you do interrupt too, sometime, like David Johnson have mentioned how many times you interrupt, Mr. Mayor. So I think this should apply to all of us alike. And so I think, Mr. Mayor, under where the resolution says the council member, I think you should add Westminster mayor and council, because every letter the staff address us is mayor and council. So all of us are alike. So I think it's important, Mr. Mayor, if we can add that in to basically mayor and council on the ordinance. Because on here, just city council only, council member. I look at it, and I highlight everything. So, Mr. Mayor, if you want to look at it. So, Mr. Mayor here. So let me read out to you, since you said you're not If you're not afraid, Mr. Mayor, then add your name to it. Where it says council member, council is disruptive, maybe say council, mayor and council if disruptive. Okay, that's one. And then other area where it says the member of the city council refrain from conducting speech. The members of the city council while the person's on the floor, you add mayor and council. If the person's on the floor, have the floor, that we respect that. And then right here in the bottom of it, it is intent of city council to modify and authorize the standards. The intent of the mayor and city council to modify that. I think that's important because we address all of us. And the rule of decorum to city council members. So the decorum for, the rule of decorum for mayor and city council member is to adopt and apply. So all of this in here, so if we can just add mayor to it, I think that will be appropriate. And if you're not afraid of that, living to the same standard that you set for all of us, I think, Mr. Mayor, you should be okay with that. So, Mr. Mayor, are you okay with that?
I'm not going to respond. Are you claiming your time? Wait for it done.
Okay, so that's my one motion. And then also on this, I noticed that it's very dictator, and silence the voice of District 1 and 4. And, how are you going to monitor how you give someone a misdemeanor, Mr. Mayor?
Your time is
City
done.
Attorney?
Your time is done.
City
So
Attorney, can
your
you answer
time
that?
is done.
If he can
Your time
answer
is
that,
done.
I'm done with my question.
Okay.
How do you
Next
monitor?
council member, any council member?
How do you monitor
Okay.
someone get a misdemeanor,
Okay.
Mr. City Attorney? How do you do that? I just want to know. How do we monitor
Mayor,
that?
are you calling on me to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay.
But I
You are
have
now
a
recognized.
question.
No,
Okay,
you are
so
done.
basically,
You are done.
All of
I would
us, not
like
the
to-
gang
I
of
You
would-
wait
three.
until your
The
time.
gang of
I
three
would-
does not have the right to the
You
city
already
attorney, all of
spoke
us.
for 5.
Your time is up. You wait your next, okay? No, you wait your next round. Okay, at this time, I recognize the Vice
Sure.
Mayor
You can
Hall.
answer
Please,
that at the
go
end,
ahead.
city attorney.
Yes, I would recommend that we add leaving the dais repeatedly for long periods of time and missing discussions and votes and going out to the audience during the meeting. So to me, that,
Do you have specific places where you want to make those changes? A specific-
wherever you think makes sense, I would have to say, yes, I'm getting to that. So under behavior of the council, wherever you think makes sense, as long as it's on there.
Okay, can you
Okay.
repeat each one of them that you're?
Yeah, so the first one I'd recommend is leaving the dais repeatedly for long periods of time, missing the entire discussions and votes, missing entire discussions and votes, and going out to the audience during the meeting. And then another one I like to add is about the closed session. Part of our job is to attend and vote during the closed sessions, however we vote, but we need to attend, we need to be there. And that is all for me.
Is there a concern of having recording and speaking on the dais?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor. First, can the city attorney clarify something? Is the mayor a member of the city council?
Yes, the mayor is a member of the city council.
Okay. And my other concern that is we've had members of the city council go down into the public and cause disruptions from down at the public. I think we need to look into if a member of the city council is going to go down into the public and cause a disruption from there, I think the rules that the public has should apply to that member, because I feel that member is voiding his rights as this rules that we have up here on the dais when we go down there, if we're to go down there at the public, we need to, I think we should be following, you void your rights as a city council member and now you're a member of the public. So I think that's something that we need to look into. And all this is, it's sad to say that we have to do this, but we have to do this because we're trying to become a professional up here, and obviously that is not happening. So that is the reason why we're doing this, and I think it's something that we have to do to get control and have a productive city council meetings. So that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anything else from the council members?
Okay, if you
Okay,
allow to
now
talk.
you are recognized.
Okay, I just want to respond to Council Member to Manzo about what he said earlier. You know what I heard about from residents is every city's meeting turned to chaos because and cloud shows because the three biggest jerks, Manzo, Charlie, and Ha. Okay, so just don't blame us for turning the city meeting into a cloud show. Okay, that's because the three of you, three biggest jerks. I'm you.
Okay, is there anything from Councilmember West?
Yes.
You have the first time already, right?
I did have my first
Okay,
round.
then it's my turn. Then I would like to add to whatever
Go
the
ahead.
Vice Mayor and City Council Member Menzel, that what he just said, trying to call names and trying to degrade or whatever term that you call from the college, then please add that to that
You are that
decorum,
person.
please.
Just
That's it I
speak the
have.
truth.
That's all I have. At this time, I would
So
like to
whoever
recognize,
does?
hold on. This time, I would like to recognize Councilmember West for second round.
Okay, so since,
Let me just interject. real
Answer?
quick.
Yes, please.
I think it's kind of important.
Can you stop?
can you
Yeah,
answer after? Because I have a question. Let me ask a question first.
No.
City Attorney, you can
Whatever
answer that at the
you are
end
not
because you're not
recognized for
taking my
whatever you
time.
say.
Yeah,
You can do that later.
No, go ahead.
okay, no, I just wanted to comment to say that, and I understand all the reasons why certain things are being added, but the way things are structured, when it comes to the audience, and what the courts have said is that it has to actually disrupt the meeting. So we need to focus when you're trying to penalize someone and say that they're operating in a way that's contrary to law, the actions have to be disrupting. So if going into the audience is disrupting the meeting because it distracts, okay, that might be considered disruptive. That makes sense. So in anything you're putting in here, focus on that. Because for instance, if, say the last comment, don't say negative things or call someone a jerk. That was one of the things that came out. That's really just speech. It's not disrupting the meeting. Even though you could argue that it's creating fights, I think that one's a little bit more problematic. Just think about that in terms of what we're adding. Things that disrupt the actual meeting are causing us not to be able to continue the proper flow of the meeting. That's really what we need to key in on.
What about the speaking and then videos on the dais?
That could be, if it's causing, distracting other people from being able to hear and conduct the meeting, that could be considered disruptive.
Okay, so with that, I'll withdraw my my addition to whatever it is. So we just consider that we can call each other whatever on this dais, and that will reflect on the person who You are just disrupting the meeting when I'm talking. This is the second warning to you, okay? All right. So, so at this time, I recognize her for the second round.
So I have a name, Councilwoman Amy Fan West, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so the warning per meeting, for example, if you're talking about, giving warnings for council who interrupt those who have the floor, then that, Mr. City Attorney, you say this applied to the mayor too, then who will give the mayor the warning? You, City Attorney? To say, hey, you cannot interrupt the person who has the floor right now. Who's going to hold accountable for that? Seems like double standard. How do we monitor that?
Probably a council majority in that situation.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. I will remember that, City Attorney. Okay, so the law, I just feel like, what about, is there an equal protection problem, Mr. City Attorney? I just feel like it's so biased. This agenda item, I feel like there needs to be equal protection of each council member here and mayor, but this doesn't address that. So can you please address that?
Well, these are rules that the council would be adopting for itself. So it applies applicable to everyone equally. And so everyone would need to abide by it equally. Unequal treatment is when what you're talking about. And again, this is applicable to everyone, arguably including the mayor as well. As I mentioned, a majority could find the mayor to be in violation of some aspect of this.
Okay. And then also the other question is how walking outside impede the city council action, Mr. City Attorney, because the bathroom is out there. If I happen to walk out there and someone greet me, so now I am impeding the meeting. I mean, the bathroom's right there, the women's bathroom, on my right out the exit. And I go to that bathroom because people pee on the lid before and I sat on it. So I go to that one, woman.
Yeah, I would say that's not disrupting the meeting, going to the restroom and getting coffee.
Yeah, if someone stopped me right there and talked to me, how would that be impeding?
That goes to kind of what I was talking about before, that we want to focus on things that are actually disrupting the meeting. So maybe, getting into conversations with people or going out into the audience where it's detracting from what's happening up here. That's kind
so
of the
then
thing.
we have to make that clear, because the thing is that residents sometimes come up to me and talk to me when I walk out that way too. Like that lady earlier with the American flag. Like she comes to me all the time and wanted to say, I voted for you, or, I support you, whatever, But the thing is that how would you, say that's disruptive? You know what I mean? When you guys have the quorum up here, I'm being very quiet.
Yeah, I think.
I just feel like there's a lot of bias of not equally treatment, just targeting me and Nam Quang on everything. I really feel targeted. You agree?
Is that a question?
Yes, you agree. Thank you, City Attorney.
I don't have an opinion.
Hey, we're not going to fire you. Well, someone did say once, on the dais, Miss Ho here mentioned that she'll threaten to fire you. But we would not say that, okay? But the crazy thing is, I just feel there's no equal protection, because what is put on from these three is targeting each of us individual. And a great example is Mr. Nam Quang said, you're stupid, so Mr. Mayor, target him. That's targeting right there. So this is so biased on this council, the majority of three. It's just really sickening to me, because this is a local election, local politician who are the closest to the people. And we're supposed to not care how we deal up here, but how we affect the people there. So we need to learn to respect one another. And I feel like the three majority doesn't respect the minority here. And it's really, we feel targeted and unequal treatment here. Mr. City Attorney. So how do we change that to make sure there's that protection of everyone? Whoever the majority will happen in November, that we want to continue to have that protection of each voice for each district.
Yeah, you had asked earlier about how this would be enforced. Ultimately, if they find somebody in violation, a court would have to be the one to actually ultimately find a misdemeanor. And so they're going to look at the facts. And if it's unequal treatment between two council members, they're not going to find a
All right.
violation.
Thank you. We already route 2 of the discussion. If there's no question for the council, I would like to entertain if there is a motion for this.
Just a comment, Mayor.
Okay, please.
A brief comment. Very simple to these rules, just like all the rules and policies that we have here at the City Council. If you follow them, it's not a problem. We have penal codes. We have laws that our police officers they enforce. If you don't want to get in trouble, then don't break the law.
How are we breaking the law?
It's an example.
It's not a law.
It's an example.
It's
It's an example.
So that's
Please, Council,
irrelevant.
it's his
example,
turn. Let
Mr.
him finish.
Monjo. Please get a relevant example.
Irrelevant.
Relevant. So
Okay.
please.
You're very,
Okay, is there a motion to
So
this?
my motion is to approve with the recommended amendments from our city attorney.
yeah, I'd like to say that, may I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to
Is
say
there-
that it is very, very, very embarrassing to have you on this council, Amy. And,
Okay.
you know, it is very embarrassing to have someone who comes so unready, who does not comprehend your agendas, and
Wow.
who acts, you know, you play victim very well.
You like to
And
vote
I just
to
want to
take
let
people's
you know.
breath away.
And you know what? Please keep your mouth closed.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah,
That's
you
how
know,
you
that's
talk to
that's
your
really
colleagues?
nice, right? I am being very nice. I
That's
just want
what
to tell
talk to
you.
your colleagues?
Can I ask
You
both
know
of you, can I ask both of you
You
to
play
stop it
victim
right
very
now?
well. It is
Can-
my turn to talk, so please be
Mayor,
quiet.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, I have 3
Let me
minutes.
ask you to both to stop right now. Councilmember West, when you are speaking, no one interfere.
I know.
intervene.
When I was
Now it's
speaking,
her turn. You are not
Carlos and
recognized.
Kimberly
This is
interrupt
the
me,
second
and you
warning to
keep
you, okay?
interrupting me.
One more time, I will
Oh,
have
go
you the
ahead.
third one. Okay, it's time for her to
Go
speak.
ahead.
You are not recognized this time.
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor Ho.
This is the reason why we have to pass this, because, you know, you're
ridiculous.
treated like a child. And when you keep interrupting, and as earlier, thank you for counting how many times she interrupted, and I believe 16 times. But you know, you just keep harping on the mayor and other people when, you know, you're talking about just 1 or 2 times compared to your 16 times. Why don't you stick to trying to improve yourself? And
you should too.
And you know, again, you interrupt. That is
Yeah,
very
you launder
rude.
money from GeoFact.
You know what?
Frank Chow give you
See, that is the
$3,000
reason why.
cash.
That's the reason.
And you launder
that is
money.
that is
I
the
think-
reason
Yeah,
why.
you are an embarrassment.
You are an
Because
embarrassment.
you
Yeah,
are-
Mayor.
You are
Mayor,
illegal.
This
You-
is.
Again, both of you, please. And
Turn to
for
stop,
that.
talk.
There's
How can
proof.
I'm not having
Okay,
a dialogue
this
with
is-
her.
You are corrupt.
You know
you
what?
three
This
are
is the
corrupt.
reason.
let me ask both of you to stop at this time. Vice Mayor Ho, please give me this time. Councilmember West, I have given you a lot of times. I have been warning you. I've been doing everything to have you respect your council members when their turns, and you keep on interrupting them. And I give you the second warnings already, and you even challenge me to give you the third one. This is the third one for you. Okay, I give you the third one. It's one more time, then I will have to move on. Okay, this is the third time for you. At this time, I ask you to stop intervening her. Let her finish with her 2 minutes, please. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Ho.
Ridiculous.
Okay, so I want to make sure that this council let the court, let the judge make the decision. And please, when it comes time, we are not going to provide you, Amy and Nam Quang, with an attorney. So it's going to come out of your own pocket.
That's illegal.
So I want to make sure it is illegal.
No,
because we
it's not
made
in
it
the
really
ordinance.
clear. And I'm not having a conversation. I have 1 minute and 40 seconds,
illegal.
okay? All right, so I'd like to say that it's about time we have this agenda, because we have just been an embarrassment to the entire world, I can tell you. I have attended outside of our city. We've gone to DC, we've gone to Long Beach Convention recently, and I don't know how many times people come up and express their condolences to us. And I'm like, oh, you know, and I had to like perk up my ears the first time. I didn't believe my ears. Then finally I'm like, oh, yes, that's been going on. And they actually name her by name. And so, and I've actually, you know, gone on OCW Waterboard, the Waterboard.
Your
So
puppet,
of course
right?
I was able to
Your
be the
puppet dog?
substitute on
let
the
her finish.
Waterboard as
Just
well.
say 8
So
seconds.
I'm just saying, you know what, you were not here, so please let me talk. You're not part of this conversation. This is
I
my
am.
time. So I just want to let you know that there are people who come up to me and have said that they've watched other council members who watched us, and I don't know why the heck they would watch us as they're on vacation on a cruise. And they said, wow, you know, they couldn't believe the chaos from the dais. So I'm really happy to have this item number 9.2, and I thank the mayor for it. Thank you.
All right, I just want to mention it to you all that I intervene the council because I want to have a control of this meeting. That's not the interruption. So you have to understand that the meeting has to be controlled. At this time here, I know that we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
May
to
I
that?
speak?
Okay,
I second it.
now if you ask for it, then you have 5 minutes
Okay,
on the
let me
second
have 5
round.
minutes.
Go ahead.
There's disruption in
Please.
the chamber, Mr. Mayor.
I don't need you,
disrupt.
please.
There's disruption.
Not your
Can
job.
Go
you
ahead.
take charge of your council?
Let him have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, just get back to Ms. Hall right there. You said that some of the person, the people in the water, something, came up to you and then talking about us. Okay, I challenge you. Just name one person that came up to you and talking bad about us. Okay, say it now. Okay, you are just such a liar, coward. Like a three of you, the rest 3 of you. Let me see. Okay, what else? All right, let me ask City Attorney. So how is it legal when the majority came up with this item? It's just like a political attack. The political, candidate. You know, we are running against them, and
Yeah,
then
we're
now
running
he using the city's money, the tax money, to attacking us. How is it legal?
I guess what I would say is that as a general rule, not taking the election into account,
This is.
the council is allowed to adopt rules for itself. That's the state law.
No,
But
they specifically name us like that.
yes, not in the ordinance.
Name us
In the closed session
in the what?
using the city's money.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
In the lawsuit also.
Yeah.
How is it
To take us to
possible?
court, the mayor required that by name in closed session?
Yeah.
Using the city money during campaign because
You know
we're
what?
running against the
You are taking
mayor
his
for
time.
Midway Sanitation.
You are
No,
taking
we-
his time. You are not recognized at this time. Let him
Okay, so
finish his
how
5
is it?
minutes.
How is it
You have
legal?
already have
Just
2
answer
rounds.
me. Okay,
We're silencing our
in
voice
closed
because we're
section,
running
they
against
use
them
the
for
city's
Midway
money to
Sanitation.
attack
This is
their
now his 5
political
minutes, please.
opponents. How is it possible? How is it legal?
Louder, Mayor, I mean Vice
Again,
Mayor.
the council's
Sounds
allowed to
good.
adopt rules of its decorum. They are allowed to do that. The council is not allowed to use any privilege that they have for campaign purpose
They
or
are
political advantage.
in the
So
closed section.
that's not for me to decide what, these rules of decorum are generally applicable. So these generally would be fine to adopt.
So it's fine for them to
I'm
use the city
sorry, it's
money?
not your
City
time.
attorney?
It's his time right now. Go ahead and finish your time.
Okay, so just go back to the closed session items. So is it legal?
Are we talking about this item, or we are talking about closed
He's at
item?
his
No,
time.
it's not.
He has 1 minute and
we
56.
we did not attend the
Go ahead
closed
and address
session.
that.
We are free to talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's not the item that we're considering right now, but with respect to that, yeah, I mean, that's legal to do that.
So in the election, they can use city's money to go against us, their political opponents.
Well, that's certainly an argument that you could make, that if you think that's happening.
It
It's
is.
obvious.
For me to decide that.
It is happening. What do you say about that, Charlie?
I'm not
the people
interrupting
should be
you.
so
Right now, you go ahead and finish yours.
I just want the people to take a very close look at these 3 jerks right there. Okay, that's it. I yield.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have a motion. Is there a second on the floor?
Amendments?
You second it? Okay, we have the motion and second on the floor with the recommendation to the city attorney.
Yeah, and let me just clarify those. I just tried to make a couple notes. The items that you wanted to add were and this is under paragraph D, I think under subsection 3. At city council meetings, each city council member shall, and you have like A through J, so that would be added after that. Starting with K. Not leave the dais for long periods of time. Not intentionally miss entire discussions and votes. Not go out into the audience in a manner that disrupts the meeting. If a council member goes out into the audience during a meeting in a manner that is disruptive to the meeting, the council member will be deemed to be acting as a member of the public and not as a member of the council. Therefore, rules applicable to members of the public will apply. And finally, not intentionally refuse to attend closed sessions.
The recording.
City attorney, isn't
All right,
that,
thank
will
you very
always
much.
be a council when
And
we're
at this
here?
time, we
City attorney?
can call for the vote,
Isn't that
please.
illegal? You can't be, if you step down, you're just the public. You're stepping to go to the bathroom, or someone stop you on your way to the bathroom. That is, now you are not a council. What the heck is that? How is that even work?
Yeah, that one's a little more difficult to apply, I agree.
No, I can censor that.
That's not
If
what-
you step down and go out of the council meeting, yeah, the council chambers, then it's okay. But if you are in the council chambers while the meeting is going on, then that's disrupting the meeting.
Well, creating disruption is the key word, not
Yes.
just going out into the public. It's
No.
causing a disruption.
Well,
So at this
city
time here, we
attorney
have the
just
motion and
said
second on the floor.
it's
Please call for the
illegal.
vote, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to introduce for first reading an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, adding Section 2.04.065, Rules of Decorum for City Council Members, to Title II, Administration and Personnel of Chapter 2.04, City Council of the Westminster Municipal Code, establishing rules of decorum for council members during meetings and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, read by title only and waive further reading, to include the recommended amendments read into the record by the city attorney.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Mayor, I had to add one more. Disruptions at the dais with recording devices.
Okay.
You have a right to record.
No, disruptions,
Is
I said. I said
is that okay
disruptions.
with the second of the motion?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I didn't say recorded,
So
disruptions.
now you want to make a substitute motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Take no action.
All right. Is
I
there a
second it.
All right, so a second. So
I
the
have a
substitute motion.
And,
go ahead.
before I do,
Go ahead and call
no,
for the.
I want-
No.
I
You can talk at the time that they call for vote.
No,
So
not
now
yet,
go ahead
because
and
I
call for the
want to
vote.
modify
Okay.
substitute motion.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez, dang.
There, go ahead.
Yeah, allow her to talk.
Go ahead.
Come
Don't
on.
be too serious.
Jeez, okay, so the reason I feel like the mayor and the council is doing this is to silence our voice, because you guys been here for 8 years.
What is your?
I am telling you. So you guys been here for 8 years, and you guys are
I
corrupt.
don't need to hear that. I need to hear what is the substitute motion.
We try to expose you, and you silence us. So my substitute motion is to add in there, if it's okay, Mr. Nam Quang, is that, you know, the ordinance for all council mayor too, if they do run for any office and they launder money, say they run for state senate, and they launder money and put it in their friend of Charlie Ching-wen for 2022, then that's illegal. Then they should report it and notify the city council. They can't do that. So let's make that too in the ordinance.
Go ahead, if there's a second to this.
So say, you know, the mayor's running, and he can't put money in the O account unless it's in debt.
Okay,
We
all right.
all know that.
Okay, all right.
Unless he's
So that's the substitute motion, right?
Fundraise for the money in there.
That's the substitute motion. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
He has $94,000 in there.
Is there a substitute motion?
And so my substitute motion is
Second.
that if anyone who's running for office should notify
All right,
that they
we hear
opened
you.
the
We hear
account.
you loudly and clearly. Is there a second to that? Is that okay with the second?
So, or
the
do you
motion?
want to modify that? Do you want?
Okay, you know what, I think it's not relevant at all.
Why don't you
Okay,
have
so I
proof
just
reported to the
yeah, I
proper
just keep my
authorities?
motion. We can do it later if you want to.
So you want to do it later? Do you want to add anything to this ordinance?
No, I just want to keep my original.
So I want to add something. What if someone's late or something, or, you know, maybe call someone like F-bomb, which Kimberly just did.
Or
So
sleep-
city attorney,
or
can
fall into
she call
sleep-
me FU?
Or fall
She's calling
asleep on the
FU.
dais, right? Fall asleep
On the dais.
Oh, yeah,
So
you can-
if someone
you can
called
do that.
FU on the dais,
Okay, it
I
seems to
want
me.
to add that
I hear
into
you
it.
say that many
I
times.
don't, that's not my vocabulary.
Oh,
Miss-
well,
Sorry, what I heard is that the original motion will not change his motion. So,
I still listening to.
it's, no, not at this time. I want to see if you are okay with.
What are you talking?
So
are you
modify where
saying?
anyone who called FU on the dais here, that it should be on the record here too, that they should be punished too, if anyone called FU.
Yeah.
Because we have kids listening, remember?
Can you repeat what you told me earlier?
Yeah, calling people, just words are not disruptive. And
Okay,
that's
It's
all
not
right, that's done.
disruptive?
Okay, so what is your motion again? Can you repeat your
So
motion?
you say we can say
I
FU
take
on the
no
dais?
action.
So you substitute
no
motion,
action.
take no action. Are you second that or no?
Well,
You're
absolutely.
making
I
things
say- I
up.
say
No,
yes.
You're not hearing
Yes,
anybody
okay.
when you
She
talk
can
over
F you.
So
everybody.
the substitute motion is to
Without
take
any-
no action. Please call for substitute
I
motion.
know.
I have a substitute motion
she's
made
the
by
vice mayor, huh?
Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to take no action. I'll go ahead and call for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
No.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
No. Say no.
You
Say
know
no.
what?
Say no.
Have some decorum.
Say no.
You are such an embarrassment to this
Say no,
council.
Well, it's her
We
turn.
know.
Let her-
You know
let her
what?
say.
Just say
Amy, you
it,
keep talking
Kimberly.
over yourself, so
no.
you make
Say
up
no.
stories as
Say
you
no.
go.
Vote no.
Just do it.
Vote no. Say
Say
no.
louder.
Say louder. Say no.
Nam Quang,
Say no.
Nam Quang.
Say no.
Okay.
Vote
say it.
no. Go ahead, vote.
We know what
Vote
you're going
no.
to vote. Come on.
Nam Quang.
Vote no.
You,
Yes, no, please.
Okay.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Nguyen.
Manzo, vote no.
no. Did you hear
Substitute
me?
motion failed 2-3.
All right, thank you.
I'll go back to the original motion.
Some decorum
right, thank
and Nam Quang.
The original
Some
motion.
decorum, you know what that means?
No, it's not your time to talk.
Thank you.
The original
Okay. It's not
motion
your
is
time to
made
talk.
by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to introduce the ordinance for first reading with the amendments read into the record by the city attorney. I'll go ahead and call roll for the original motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
No.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes,
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
Motion carried 3-2.
thank you.
some decorum.
Now we come to comments and requests for agenda item from the City Council agency members, including AB 1234, report when required. I would like to mention it to council members, and including me, that if you attend the conference, make sure you report back. At this time, let me call Councilmember Menzo, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to report out that I did attend the League of California Cities event in the city of Long Beach this past last week. I think it started in the 20, I forget about the date, but it was in Long Beach. So I attended there, a lot of good discussions, seminars, collaborated with a lot of other elected officials and attorneys, members, staff members from other cities. Very good experience, good discussions, learned a lot. And also I just want to thank members of the public for coming out and expressing your concerns, putting up with this, and being as professional as you can. Thank you, staff, for your hard work. City Attorney, thank you. And that's all I got. Oh, thank you, City Council, for being here, participating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Now I recognize Councilmember West.
So I just first and foremost want to thank you, staff and Westminster PD, for being here to just, your presence here mean a lot. And thank you for all you do. I went to California League of City, and it's really nice to meet other elected officials and different vendors that does either solar or different area that helps the city to, infrastructure and whatnot, economic development. And it's so rad to hear what they do and the service they provide. And I hope that the city manager will, take up some of those booths with the information and implement or just reach out to them, because they have really good information. But if you do need it, I do have it as well. I'm so thankful that other elected officials, run their cities, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can just, bounce ideas back and forth with each other. And the one that I went to that resonate with me a lot is the homeless situation that the city north of us have implemented and successfully do so. And they have a good game plan of reaching out to the homeless with compassion, but at the same time allowing them to pull their bootstrap up. And when we have time, I can send that to our team here, staff, to take a look at if we can implement some of their ideas. I think that'd be great. Of course, there's funding with state and federal that would help with the homeless situation in our city. And also, I don't know, maybe you guys can update us with the $1 million that's allocated for the homeless, or Westminster PD to use it for the homeless. In our city here, I hope we still have that fund allocated for the homeless in our city. I don't know if the mayor or vice mayor have sit down to discuss this with the county yet, but I know that Fountain Valley want $500,000 from that fund. If we do not sit there, if we do not sit with them and discuss about this. So I hope the mayor would go to that meeting and to do that. So that way we can have the full funding of that $1 million to help our city here. That would be great, because we can really use it. The thing is, I just, unfortunate, on the resolution earlier, it's very misleading when you make the statement of that it's fake news for we're being evicted. Never on that flyer, which you guys saw, you guys presented in a few council meeting, it says future or potential leading to eviction. And so I think it's important for the city to get that information correctly. That's why I want a dialogue, but the mayor doesn't want to talk about it just for a vote. And so with that, I also wanted to talk about, the item of some of the resident earlier that addressed their concerns of, let me see here. gosh. Okay, so I guess the member of the public, some of you guys act as if you are neutral and you come here to give us solution to help move our city forward. We haven't gotten that yet. The whole time you guys just accuse us, patronize us as the new council here. And it's really unfortunate that for the last 22 months, you have not even given us the opportunity to serve the people here that elected us to serve, but you just patronize, never give us solution, or meet with us personally and give us good ideas and solution. Those of you here who constantly every 2 weeks coming and ridicule us and just tell us, mischaracterize who we are, but yet you don't give good solution of how we can fix this together. And it's very unfortunate. I do have good resident in the city of Westminster in District 1 that comes to me. One of the resident who is an LAPD, LA police officer, he came to my meeting in the office and mentioned he followed the protocol because that's what the police are good at. And
your time is up, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
I didn't know there was a timing.
It's a timing for 5 minutes. We already have the policy adopted, okay? And it's already passed last meeting. So you don't tell me that you don't know about this. If you don't know about
you want
it,
to
then
silence us.
please pay attention to the meeting.
You want to silence us because you have the majority right now.
No more for you, okay? I want to recognize our Vice Mayor Ho, please.
Yes, I really enjoyed every time when I go to these events. The last one was the Long Beach Convention Center, and it was held at the Long Beach Convention. And there were some really good things that came out of that convention, and so there's some that I think we need to, I'd have to say, to improve on. So I realized that the reputation of our city being so chaotic needs really an improvement. I think a lot of people initially probably give the people who are chaotic on this council the benefit of the doubt. But over the last couple of years, I think they realize that these folks are just either intentional, they're intentional at what they do and what they're doing to us, to our city, or I don't know. You guys realize that this is my last few months. So the reason I'm telling you is because I really kind of feel a little bit sorry for our city, but I hope that there'll be good days, coming soon, very soon for our city, I hope. But anyway, going back to the Long Beach Convention Center, I attended the Economic Development Playbook, and I really enjoyed that. I think I mostly enjoyed listening to the case studies from the different cities that were presented at that hour. And when they talk about zoning and specific plans that aren't as valuable unless we create value. So it really was a wonderful hour. And it was, I wish we have an economic development person because I think for cities like us, I think we're floundering a little bit. We're taking a long time because, over the years, I'd have to say in the last 7 years, I've seen that the good people left, and then the next person has to pick up where they left off. And so I think that in the future, we do need a good economic development person. One who really has our interests at heart, not a gatekeeper sort of person. And then the next thing I really love was the next class was the housing law, the Jeopardy game, which I was a part of the winning team. You know, our ACM and our CM, Christine and Adolfo, heard about me when I was excited because, you know, we won. It was really a very, very fun game. I realized that, hey, you know, from that I realized that we may or may not have that SB 9 ordinance in place. So I asked Adolfo Azeda, who's the ACM and assistant city manager, and he said we do. We adopt the state, and maybe I'd forgotten about that. But so that came out of that. And then what else? And here's one thing I think that if I could just ask our city council people, when we go to these events, we represent our city, we really need to be very professional. We shouldn't bring our kids along, and we shouldn't bring our, you know, especially going to places where they serve alcohol. And, you know, it just feels like we're taking advantage of, you know, the place that we go to. So I just think that, I think, remember that you're not there for yourself, but you're there to represent our city. So I thank you. I think better days, hopefully, will be, you know, soon for Westminster, not today. But I'm very hopeful that Westminster will become,
Thank you.
You know, one for later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ho. Now it's my turn. 5 minutes, please. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here. I can't thank you enough for taking the time to be here. Some of you have been here for the last, from 6 o'clock till now, so it's 5.5 hours. You have better things to do than this. And I apologize for what we have to go through, and I have to go through, all the council have to go through, all the staff have to go through. I just want to ask for your understanding that, you know, sometimes that I have to say louder, or sometimes I have to take some action that I don't want to. I hope that this meeting is going smoothly, and then we can resolve business in the term of, you know, smoothly and better, but sometimes that I have to intervene to make sure that the meeting is still going on and effectively. I did that because I just want to make sure that we don't waste our time, our resources for nothing. And we want to end the meeting as early as we can. I wanted to thank staff. You know, as I mentioned earlier, I appreciate you guys been doing, you know, great job for the last 2 years. Not only the event just recently, but you know, you've been doing all your best, you know, to get this city moving forward. So, I can't thank you enough. The city managers, assistant city managers, the WPD, and every department heads and staff. The next thing is I want to report about the conference. I was there, and it was packed for the 3 days. I've been running from one session to another, and I have to say that most of the session that I attended is a legal session. Because of this meeting, is, you know, chaos of the meeting, I have to want to attend to find out what can we do to do better at the meeting, the decorum and the civility, and also the you know, ask questions of the legal counsel or panels. You know, what can we do for the city of Westminster, for what we can do improve our city meeting. So it was packed, and I have, you know, starting from early Wednesday morning, 8:15 till Friday morning, 8:15 sessions. Councilmember West, you said that you have people from District 1 who favor about you and they talk good things about you, why don't you ask them to come out to the city council and voice their opinion? If they think good thing about you, I think you should ask them to come out here and speak for once. I would think that, you know, if they are courage enough to come out here and speak on your behalf of what you, and they can see how you behave to the city council and the publics here. So that's all I have for you. The next thing is I want to let you know that I won't be here for the next meeting due to our family commitment. So I want to let you know up front, and I asked Vice Mayor Ho to take over to run the next meeting, and the next meeting is going to be held on Wednesday, November 13, 2024 at 6 p.m. At this time, meeting adjourned. Good night.